Okay. Yesterday, we got into Endwalker's Hildy quests, and we got our first Manderville stage of a weapon. I have gone into Bosnia and done some stuff deliberately to get some poetics. So when we get the next stage of the Manderville weapon, we should be able to progress straight through it. That is the hope. So that we can unlock the third phase. Which I think the third phase might be the one that I'm most interested in as a glamour, possibly. Don't know. But yeah, that's the plan for today. Hey, Kina. Or is it Kina or Kina? Either way. Hey. It's good to have you both back again. Second one. Kina? Is that the one I said second? Streamer's curse. Forget immediately as soon as I say. Yes. Okay. One of your best friends got a kitten when you first started streaming. Chat was in love with her. She also had nothing between her ears, so she's become an emo. Yeah. I really need to commission some new art. I need to commission some emotes, full stop. But I need to commission some art. I really want to commission some stream alerts, because I've been doing this for nearly 11 years, and it feels like it's time to actually put some fucking production value into it. To be honest. And yeah, now that I have Nyx, because I've only had her for coming up on a month now. Now that I've got Nyx, there'll probably be some stuff that is Nyx related. You always feel like you should be making new shit, but you never know what. Yeah. That's part of my issue as well. Like, I've got ideas. I've got ideas for a lot of stuff, but when it comes to emotes kind of have to be dictated by chat. And I don't necessarily have that many people in chat to actually tell me what they want. I mean, after B Scream... Oops. There we go. After B Scream is from... That was my 100th video on YouTube? Is that right? Was it my 100th? Or was it... No, yeah, because my 500th was Sakura Sadist. Right? Yeah, and that was literally 10 years ago. Last month. Oh yes, you have yourself with boobies. Very nice. There's a clip. there's a clip of me with pretending to have the breasticles, or a highlight rather than a clip. It was whilst doing Final Fantasy VIII. Where's it gone? Yours was from playing a Final Fantasy game too. There's something about Final Fantasies. There's something about it. Where's... It was... Why can't I find it now? concerning. There are some great female characters that give inspiration, it seems. I mean, have you seen Tifa? I honestly can't find it. I know there's After tries being a titty streamer. But that's near, and that wasn't me giving myself false breasts. Maybe it wasn't a highlight. Maybe it was a clip. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh god, that was years ago as well. That was 2018. But that was legitimately a year, what, 7 years ago? Like 4 days ago?
What is going on, girl?
It's just constant. When you were going through the Pixel remasters, one of the NPCs in some tavern named her tits Humpty and Dumpty, so you had to mimic her. That is a good excuse. I was just going crazy, and yet don't mind what I named characters. I just realised that literally it's fuck bitch and fuck Leon. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. We started a trend in Final Fantasy X where we named the Aeons fuck and then whatever they were. So we had like fuck Doge for Ifrit, fuck Bird, fuck Durgan, because there wasn't enough characters for Dragon, so it was Durgan. Anyway, she's still just meowing away, even though she's gone into another room. I need to quickly go to Western Lenosha. Wrong Western Lenosha. Quick detour. I need those poetics, man. Yep, that's why I opened up that screen. Easy. Nice. It's an extra 100 poetics for Manderville, so I had to do it. And let's go back to it. What the fuck was that? After what suspiciously auspicious timing, I was just thinking of you, and suddenly you appear. As I'm sure you recall, Master Poo-Poo claimed his purpose in coming to our world was to search for a missing comrade. Which is... Sorry, Nyx just like moaned from downstairs, and it just perfectly cut through what I was saying. I hate the fact that she's quiet enough that nothing turns up on the mic unless I turn off my noise suppression and everything. But god damn it. Which is, of course, merely a cover for his true objective, laying the groundwork for a full-scale invasion. But I understand the skeptical masses will demand proof of this sinister operation. Thus did I decide to bide my time, keep my eyes open, and let things play out. And no sooner had I resolved to do so than I received word concerning the inspector. It seems they've made some progress in tracking down our alien friend's friend. This could be my chance. I say my chance, but I can hardly stand against this cosmic conspiracy alone. You're coming along, yes? I wouldn't dream of letting you investigate poo-poo by yourself. The truth will out, or something truth-adjacent at the very least. I couldn't have you investigating poo-poo without me. Then let us be on our way. They were headed to Palika's stand. We don't want to miss even the smallest development. I mean, I can just... pop on out. So yeah, I might be jumping around a bit in order to catch more S ranks. Given that I now have a reason to be gathering poetics again. So just be aware of that. You need to do hunts. You haven't done them since Stormblood, really. You love finding trains out in the wild. Yeah, finding a wild train can be pretty good. But I just keep an eye on for loop for S ranks and will jump out and do them. I especially will try and do a few A Realm Reborn ones a week. Just that then I get the allied seals to buy Aetheryte tickets. My loyal associates, come to admire the spectacle of inspection, have you? As well you should. Look, Master Poo-Poo, After's come too. Thank you, After. You're too kind. What? No more poo-pooing? You speak our language now. No echo or universal translator what's it's required. It was no great chore to master your tongue. The grammar and syntax is relatively simplistic. Such a terrifying intellect. What hope do we have to prevail against it? So how did you narrow down the search to this particular area, anyway? I don't think the catnip has helped her get quiet. I think, if anything, it's made her more vocal. She's just rubbing up against the door frame and just... Why, my tried and true inspector's sense, my dear fellow. All the perceptible and imperceptible signs point me in this direction, although they did neglect to include a precise location. She's living her best life. I hope so. I hope they're good noises. For that, we must rely on another tried and true inspecting technique, interrogation. Spread out, everyone, and question the locals on any poo-poo shaped sightings. Oh yes, I spotted just such an odd little creature in the jungle on my way back from the city markets. Only it wasn't alone. It was in the company of a rather unusual gentleman. Sickly pale he was, and radiating an unpleasant smell. I felt obliged to keep my distance. I've just realised I didn't do my dailies yesterday. As in, before today's reset. And if I do them... yeah, I could rank up with the Omicrons. Okay. So we'll be able to do that today as well. And I need to do that in the next 3 hours. Now that you mention it, I did see something like that in the west of the Shroud. Might have mistaken it for a small child, if not for the way it moved. Sort of a furtive scamper. Creepy. Yeah, and I only need to do the Omicron ones. I can grab and just hold on to the Leporit and Arcasadora ones and do them off stream. After. Have your investigations borne fruit? Mine own careful crafted queries place an individual of Master Poo-Poo's proportions in the south of the Shroud. To the west, your sources say. I asked around, and there have been a few sightings in the jungle, somewhere to the north. If we have sightings to the north, south, and west, then that must mean Master Poo-Poo has more friends here than we realized. I am not that gregarious. I have precisely one friend on this world. Could it be doppelgangers? No, too simple, too obvious. It's more likely the same alien wandering the jungle being spotted in different locations by different eyewitnesses. Which just means we need to... I can't believe I'm suggesting this. Split up and search the whole area. A fair proposition. Very well then. Oh, are we launching a search party? Father, have you been following me? Nothing of the sort. I was engaging in feats of physicality while my mind grappled with the mysteries of Mandervillian weapon forging, hoping to turn perspiration into inspiration, as it were. But I'm afraid the burning field's wooden men are poor muses when compared to the stimulus a worthy opponent provides. Mayhap if I join you and the indomitable After in your endeavour, then happenstance will deliver the challenge I require. You are continuing the case of the silent correspondent, yes? Have you need of an extra pair of eyes? As many as you can spare. I was about to assign teams to the search, as a matter of fact. This village sits in the Shroud's east, so let us divvy up the remaining directions, shall we? Nashu and I will head south. After and Master Poo-Poo to the west, if you please. DeLorean, you and my father have the north. That's Delian. Also, the Shroud of the Samga's awfully big. How are we to keep in contact? Much less coordinate our efforts. I had special link pearls made for just such an occasion. We can chatter in each other's ear as much as we like. Are you mad? The Sharlians will listen in on everything we're saying. Really? All the way out here? I should think their hearing isn't that good. But seeing as you mislike link pearls so much, Lord Godbert can hold the one for your team. Link pearls. What tremendous foresight. Now, let us proceed with our investigation. So I get the poo-poo. Alrighty. You do your front lines before reset, but frontline Q before reset on NA is trash. Yeah, I haven't done my front lines for today either. I should... That was the wrong thing. I should do it, because I do still need... I've been neglecting front lines a bit. And I really shouldn't be. Whoops. The Inspector wishes us to search in the west of the jungle, yes? I'll follow your lead. Poo-Poo's now accompanying you. Like a fly on shit. Or a fly on Poo-Poo. You're rank 21, so not as bad as last rank reset where you felt rushed at the end. Yeah, I had that on... Not last rank, the one before? The one that gave the fierce tyrant armor. I had to do so much front lines. Like, in the last week or 2 weeks. It was not fun. A river flowing right at our feet. Many stars have I visited in the cosmos, but precious few have such a bounty of water as this one. Your home is a rare treasure. I also need to do more front lines and everything else for the hello, the PvP achievements. Because I want them. That means I need to do a bunch of Crystalline Conflict, really. PvP? Who's she? You do not partake. Hey! It's good leveling. And when you're still leveling everything, like, it's really good leveling. Especially for the classes you don't actually want to play. Because if you do your frontline roulette, you can just change class. And then you don't have to play whatever it is. Paladin. Dragoon. I see no trace of my comrade. But what of these black furred beings? Are they friends of yours? Fellow people of Aetheris? Those are a type of Sasquatch, by which I mean no. Vaguely people-shaped, perhaps, but not people. Not particularly friendly either. She's just sat next to my chair, looking out the room, into the hallway where there is nothing, and just talking to herself. Are you having a stroke? Ghosts. The fact you both said that in unison as well. It could be ghosts. I highly doubt that this house is haunted, though. It's only 15 years old. True, it could be... It is built on, I think, old landfill. So, who knows how many bodies have been disposed there. There's a greater variety of species here than I anticipated. I shall have to collect more samples. Let's keep moving. Without discussion either. That is impressive. Rock formations on this island remind me of my home star. They have the same vibrant hues, the same stark beauty. If only... Never mind that. We have a friend to find. I don't actually remember that much about Poo Poo, because I don't remember much about Final Fantasy VIII. I've repressed quite a lot of 8. No sign of my friend here either. I'm just going to leave you to it. But these white-furred individuals, they're surely one of your civilized races, yes? Those are beastkin. Monkeys. Also not people. Mind the poop throwing. I find it difficult to tell the difference. One semi-intelligent life form is much the same as another. Well, never mind. Moving on. Nope. Not moving on. Heading to Labyrinthos. For a sleepy troll. I mean, I need the sacks of nuts in order to get the Vinegaroon mount. Who doesn't love a good nutsack? Indeed. Keeping it highbrow. I love it. Do you want... Oh. The tail's going. With the laser pointer, the tail's going. Oh, she's got the big old eyes. Ah! Jesus. Oh, Jesus, God. You went at that with 4. I'm gonna end up ruining my fucking green screen on it. Just get some green gaffer tape. To be fair, it's just hung up on hooks, and I've got some spare fabric, so I can very easily hang up a new one if I need to. She appears to have potentially lost interest. Oh, no. She's not lost interest. She was feigning disinterest. Oh, take down the EP boy. This is a great camera, because I'm not at all distracted trying to guide my cat around. Where'd he go? There we go. Killed him with just my left hand. Ooh! Curse spawn. I picked the right S rank to try and snipe. You forgot how annoying it is to start a new custom delivery person. That's probably something else I should do today, huh? I haven't unlocked. The last custom delivery I did was... Kaishir. Okay, where's it spawned? Over here. I'm gonna max out my poetics. This gives 400. As same as Sacks and Nuts, I think. Well, I'll definitely be able to do the next step of the Endwalker Relic. Your poetics have been on 2K for almost a year. My poetics have been mostly at 2K since finishing Endwalker. And then they were mostly 2K since finishing Shadowbringers. There's just... I had already leveled stuff beyond the Tombstone gear, so other than getting some stuff for Glam, there wasn't much point in getting anything. I think the last thing I needed poetics for was the first stage of the Bosnian Relic, and that did not take long. So it's kind of nice to actually have something that needs poetics. And despite the fact that I need 112,000, it's probably not going to take that long. Nuts. Oh no, I didn't max out. It only gives 200 poetics. Ah. Good to know. Good to know. You can probably spend some to make some gil, but you don't really need to. Yeah. Strange. I did not note the passage of time in your absence. Shall we continue the search? I do need to get back on making gil, because I want the golden mounts. I was hoping to have made more money off of Bosnia, but So far, I've not actually made much money from Bosnia. Nothing. Not even a little burnt circle in the grass. The friend I'm looking for, we grew up together. We were always together. We even shared the same dream, to roam the great expanse of the cosmos. We worked hard and supported one another until we both had starships of our very own. Then the universe was ours to explore. How fleeting that feeling of triumph. Ah, that's another tale entirely. I simply wish to explain how dear this friend is to me. Hello, is this thing on? This is Nashu. We think we may have found Poo-Poo's friend. Come to Perusa as quick as you can. Yes, let's take my starship. It's the fastest way. Your FC in pretty much any game community you make is Eat the Rich, which is slightly ironic in 14 because you have over 50 million gil at any given moment and financed most of your mansion. But in your defense, you use your fortune to help out friends and new players where you can. Fair enough. Meanwhile, in Perosa, I have spent quite a bit of money. I mean, I've spent millions on gearing out my my level 98s. Given that, you know, I'm not in Dawn Trail yet. Was that a Mandragora? Hail, dear comrade of Master Poo-Poo. We come in peace. Pray, reveal yourself. You don't think there's a week you don't spend 5 mil on mounts and glams or furniture? Wait, you're the Mandragoras. Ugh, I know that gentlemanly overlord's voice. Briadine? No. Okay, good. Master Zombiebrand. They said you were trapped in slumber, but I rejoice to see that's no longer the case. God, it's one of the Walking Dead. Greetings, friends. I am a proud member of the Gentle Dead Man and disciple of Master Zombiebrand. So they have an undead one among them. What brings you here to Thavnair? And in the company of Lenosha's infamous vegetable menace, no less. Allow me some few precious moments of your lifespan to explain. It was a time when the maggots in my skull grew restless and wriggly. Tales of spoiled seedkin terrorizing the region of Bosnia reached our undead fraternity, and so, on their behalf, I travelled afar to recruit a rotten mandragora. After making his acquaintance, the festering fellow wished to introduce me to his brethren, who he assured me were no less rotten. Thus did I make next for Lenosha, that I might extend a fetid hand in friendship. When I arrived, however, I learned that one of their companions had been abducted by a strange flying vessel. What was a gentle dead man to do but aid in the search? I turned to the Thavnarian Truth, that reliable bastion of supernatural rumour-mongering, and lo and behold, an alien craft matching the Seedkin's description had been spotted here, on this isle. Needless to say, we embarked on our journey forthwith. Ah, one of our faithful readers. I'm pleased to see that even in undeath, the hunger for the truth is not wholly subsumed by the hunger for brains. So, we find ourselves on the case of the misappropriated Mandragora. This abductor will not evade my powers of discernment. Soon we'll need a case to carry all these cases. An abductor. I have a feeling we won't need to look far. A poo-poo. Oh. Wait, what? That... Oh. Yeah, no, that's poo-poo bringing us. Ah. That may have been me. Onion. Aw, they're so excited. Forgive me for taking your friend. In my sample collecting frenzy, I must have mistaken him for an edible plant of some kind. Understandable. You'd not be the first to confuse a mandragora with a salad ingredient. The main thing, he's returned to us unharmed. And uneaten. All's well that ends well. Now, if you'll excuse us, we should be getting back to Thanalan. Rotting flesh and humidity is an unpleasant combination. My apologies, Master Poo-Poo. We seem to have missed the mark this time, but I swear to you, I shall not rest until you are reunited with your comrade. I almost believed your keen inspector sense to be a form of prognostication, but it really was just following your gut? And I'm afraid vague inspectorial feelings will take us only so far. We have an entire world to search. And for that, we'd need, oh, I don't know, a veritable army of inspectors. Oh, no. An army of inspectors? Of course! I can simply clone a multitude of Hildibrands as I did before. Now, let's not do anything rash. Too late. Okay, they made one. Oh dear. The ship's matter duplication facility's been temperamental for a while, and now it's broken down completely. This clone is the last it will ever produce. He's looking a bit blocky. Oh god. Well, he's dead. Good thing we got a clone. He's like Final Fantasy XIV polygons. Low-res Hildibrand. Hildy, the action figure. Name. My name is Brandy Hild. Inspector Branderhild. Why is he so blocky? The cloning process must have failed partway through. Allow me to euthanize this abnormality. Dear God. Now, let's not do anything rash. Unlike my former replicas, this one's highly unlikely to be mistaken for me. And seeing as we were looking for extra helpers, I say we press this undefined fellow into service. Welcome to the team, Inspector Branderhild. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. God. We made quite a mess of that temple ruin, but thanks to Father, it looks as good as new. Or would that be as good as old? In any event, I look forward to tackling the remainder of the case with my charming new contemporary. I am delighted to be a part of it. Oh, look how shy he is. He really is very charming. An unexpected but invaluable addition to our ranks. With our numbers thus bolstered, I say we're ready once more to dive into the fray. Perhaps, but what of our strategy? We need a new approach. If I may, assuming Master Poo-Poo's acquaintance pilots a craft of similar design, then might we not instead attempt to locate the starship? Such a striking vessel will have drawn more attention than the comparatively tiny being in question. He has a point. The Truth receives a large number of reports from readers claiming to have observed unidentified flying objects. We could review said reports, those that meet the criteria of shiny silver and saucer-like, naturally, and then remove instances which we know to have been Master Poo-Poo. That should narrow things down considerably. Indeed, what a fantastic idea. Just the kind of brilliance one might expect of one's clone. I was about to make the very same suggestion. Well done, Inspector. Aha. Haha. I hope I've not overstepped my bounds. I am but a shadow of the original, after all. I have a stack of back issues stored in the workroom I use in the city. Poo-Poo can help me sift through them and cross off the sightings that were definitely him. Shall we? Dorian has taken Master Poo-Poo to peruse his store of past publications. Let us enjoy a brief interlude until they return with the results of their investigation. Perhaps you could fix your clothes. Nope. we've finished going through all the back issues. If we discount the areas we know Poo-Poo to have visited, it turns out there was only one other sighting of a flying saucer, in Garlemald. The account itself was sent to me by an Imperial soldier named Numerius, who appears to be a loyal fan of the truth. All the way from the Empire, your publication has an impressively wide readership. Our audience has always been universal. After all, the desire to know the unknown transcends all borders and creeds. The saucer was spotted during the Imperial War of Succession. Beyond that, there were no meaningful details. And we must visit this soldier fellow in Garlemald and wring from him the entire tale. I agree. This is our only lead, and we've no choice but to follow up on it. To Camp Broken Glass. Hello. You can come on my lap if that's what you want. I'm not stopping you from going on my lap. Detour time again. I gotta get more nuts. Oh, baby. Yeah, you can come out. Easiest relics ever. Hoping the occult is a little more involved. You need a good battle grind. I'm hoping for a cross between Bosnia and Eureka. I've not looked into the actual mechanics of the Occult Crescent yet. I know that Phantom Jobs is the Logogram Lost Actions equivalent, but I know nothing more. And I hope to blitz through Dawn Trail so that I can get in to do it whilst it's current. It'll probably be a couple, if not more, weeks before that. But yeah, I'm hoping for something that's like a cross between the two, because I like that Bosnia, for quite a lot of it, you don't... Like, there's options for doing stuff outside of Bosnia, which I kind of like, because I like the sort of more passive grind of like, oh, okay, well, whilst you do your leveling roulette, you'll get this, but you also get it from doing stuff in zone. Like, I like that. What I don't like about Bosnia was the 20 memories that you need for that second stage, where it's either do fates in a very old zone that, you know, fair enough, you're getting people to do that stuff again, but you need to do so many, like it's 250 fates or something for doing all the relics. Or you can do fates in this very specific zone in Southern Front, and only in Southern Front, where there's not that many fates that spawn. And even then, it's not a guarantee that you're gonna get the thing from the fate. I don't hate the do fates in old zones thing. I don't. But needing 20... Oops. Needing 20 per whereas, like... 10. 10 would work for me. It halves the amount of just uninteresting grind. That's the thing for me, the uninteresting grind. I wouldn't, yeah, like Atmas, like, okay, it's not a guaranteed drop, but you only need one. I wouldn't hate that either, honestly. Because even if it's a 10% drop chance, like, okay, I can go and I can do 10 fates. That's fine. And now I'm done. And now I go to a different zone, and I might only have to do one fate, and I get it, and it's done. And I move on to the next one, and like, I don't hate that so much. I definitely don't want to see the books come back, or having to do specific fates. But yeah. The thing with Atma, while it was hellish RNG and grinding fates, there was also the community sense of people comparing their drop rates and stuff. Yeah, A Realm Reborn books sucked, yes. Cheering each other on for getting the drops. The books were cool in concept, but could use some execution tweaking if we see them again. I think the books would be fine if instead of needing specific fates, and now you wouldn't have leave quests, because you don't really have leave quests. At least combat leave quests anymore. But I would just have it be, okay, you need to build up light in the book by doing fates. And just do it in any fate in this zone. And that's all that you need to do. It's just, okay, do them in, for the case of Endwalker, do them in Garlemald for this book, do them in Thavnair for this one. Like, that would work. And that would be fine. And then you've still got the kill certain enemies, but then make the books like, okay, here's a book on this zone, and you do all of the stuff for that book in that zone, and you don't have to go out into different ones. And then you accept the next book, which takes you to the next zone. Because the thing with the A Realm Reborn books that also sucked was you were jumping around all over the place in one book. And then you were having to wait in one spot for that specific fate to pop up. Whereas if it was like, oh, okay, this is all the stuff in Thanlan, and so I might have to travel between different Thanlan zones because of how that's laid out, but it's all in Thanlan. Wouldn't have hated it as much. They could do a handful of WT style books, which would give choices. Oh, Wondrous Tales style books. Yeah. If you're gonna do a specific fate, I think having it be like, oh, okay, well, you can do any 3 of these fates out of 9. So then you're pretty much always gonna be able to do them without having to just be waiting. Because like having grindy content isn't an issue. It's having boring content that's an issue, or having a lack, having a built-in part of the process that is just wait. There's nothing entertaining about just wait. Or have it be that, like, perhaps this is what you meant, but, like, expanding on the Wondrous Tales thing, have it be like, okay, well, you need to do 6 of the things out of 9 options. And some of those are, like, one of them is do 10 fates. One of them is clear this dungeon. One of them is do this extreme, and stuff like that, so that you could potentially avoid the content that you don't want to engage with. Whereas, like, my previous understanding of what you were saying was like, oh, have it be you can do any 3 of these 9 fates. Either, I think a Wondrous Tale style thing would work, yeah. I'm back in Phantom, yes, because I just did my thing. A bit of both, to be honest. A combination would be great, yeah. And then again, you could have if you were going to do books, have them be like either by expansion, because you want to go back and do old content, or by zone. And for the love of God, let us take more than one book at once. Like, fair enough, you're still limited to, like, the weapon you're working on, but let us just take all of the books, like hunting logs, and then just complete them as we see fit. Because the fact that you could only take one book, and you were then waiting in a zone that you knew you were going to have to come back to do other stuff for the next book, but you couldn't do anything because you were limited to the fact that you only had that book, and that book just needed a fate. I still have strong feelings about A Realm Reborn, apparently. Doing every relic was painful. Honestly, what would have been neat for this one is maybe doing a chunk of content per expansion in order. Since Dawn Trail's meant to be like the start of a new story, the weapon should be almost a culmination of the previous story. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, obviously it would have made a lot of sense to have done that for Endwalker. But like I say, I don't hate... I quite enjoyed Eureka. I preferred Eureka's method of doing the relic to Bosnia in a lot of cases, because you weren't having to do anything different than what you were already doing in Eureka to get levels. So it felt like the relic progress and your progress through Eureka was tied together, and it didn't feel like it was a chore to then, like, you weren't having to do extra in order to get the relic necessarily. Obviously, if you wanted to do multiple relics, you did. Whereas with Bosnia, it felt like there was quite a few times where it's like, okay, I'm doing really good in Bosnia, but now I need to focus on my relic in order to unlock more stuff in Bosnia. And it felt like the relic was separate from your progress. It felt more like it was a barrier to you getting through Bosnia. You would have loved that for Endwalker. It would have made a lot of sense in Endwalker to have gone through the previous zones and, like, having you do all of the extremes for, like, the main bosses. Or like, oh, okay, you have to do the Praetorium. Oh no, I've got to do my MSQ roulette. Oh no, you've got to do ether chemical research facility and like go do that, reliving your biggest your biggest challenges or something like that could have worked. Main thing you can think of, there was people to try and keep people from burning out in the extra zone. You absolutely get what you mean. Where it was like, you've already got the reputation, the resistance ranking system, which is gating stuff off. That made sense. But then it was the like, oh, I think the thing for me was that there's only 2 zones for Bosnia, but they split each into 3 subzones, and then had you need to do a bunch of stuff in those subzones. Whereas in Eureka, you have the different maps and anything that you do in that map, which had a whole load of content that would give you the resource. So you had, like, more options. And if I'm going into Zadnor and I really need to do critical engagements in Zone 1, there's only 4. And once I've spawned all 4 of them, I then have to wait for them to come back off cooldown or hop to a different data center and hope that they're up. Whereas in Eureka, fair enough, you could still have killed everything on the map, but you had like 10 things you could kill. So by the time that you've killed the 10th one, it's probably about time that you circle back to the first one and start killing that again. Unless you're in Hydatos, where it was very, very easy to just kill fucking everything. But I don't want weather-dependent spawns again, like Eureka. I didn't enjoy weather-specific spawns. Time-specific, absolutely fine. Have a day-night cycle. Perfectly fine. But, oh, here's the big boss of the zone that might not spawn again for 6 hours, and oh yeah, you have to kill them in order to progress. More than once. Like, but all of this to say, I am actually looking forward to Occult Crescent. You like weather-dependent spawns, but you don't want to have to rely on them heavily. Just like a minor, unneeded fun thing would be alright. Yeah, having them be like Copycat Cassie, or having them be that kind of thing, absolutely fine. Have them be a rare spawn that drops a rare item like Cassie, no issue whatsoever with having that. But having Penny require heat waves that you might not then have come back up for hours meant that it was less about, okay, when were they last killed? It was instead a matter of, okay, when's the next heat wave? Oh, 6 hours. That's the only thing I need. I guess I won't do any of this for 6 hours. And you could go and do other content, or you could just be locked out of the one thing that you had to do for 6 hours. And in 6 hours' time, it could be the middle of the night for you, or it could be during the work day. If you're someone that works full time, you might only get to play an hour or 2 every other day. And in that case, if you're unlucky, oh, I can't kill Penny for 3 weeks until our timelines match up. And then I have to hope that on that day, I'm able to play in this slot. It's like you have 1 fish left in your pre-dawn trail fishing log left on your main, and you keep missing windows because, oops, forgot I was waiting for the last 5 hours, and now the window's half over. Yeah. I don't like those restrictive windows for stuff like that. So I'm kind of hoping, like, I like that Bosnia has fates that just spawn. so that there's pretty much always something to do. And I like that you can spawn the critical engagements like Notorious Monsters from Eureka. I just wish that there were, if you're going to make it that, okay, I need to kill specific things in order to get the resource that I need, make there be more options for that. Because, like, I have to do 30 fates in Zone 1 of Zadnor. That's not too bad. It's, again, quite a lot, but it's a relic. It's supposed to be grindy. That's not too bad. But they're having to do 15 critical engagements when there's a maximum of 4 that can spawn in that zone. Means that even if you are incredibly lucky and you get all 4 spawns, like, every time that you're in the zone, it still means 4 sessions. Like, that's one of the bits that threw me off. There's the fact that Delibram normal, you get time-worn artifacts, no problem with that. You can also get the raw emotions, no problem with that. But Savage, unless you're going for the armor set, there's no reward to you completing it more than once. The first time you clear it, you get Cerberus. That's awesome. But, like, unless you're going for getting the augmented Law's Order set, there is no point in doing a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. There's no point going past the 10th clear when you've got that armor set. But give increased rewards compared to the normal version, and this is keeping that content alive for as long as people are doing Ozia. I feel like that's a really easy way of keeping the content alive. Like Baldessian Arsenal, you not only get Ozma, but you also get logograms that are really powerful. You also get the Eureka fragments, which are really good for getting you the elemental armor and for your relic. Or if you do the support fate, you get loads of crystals, which is really helpful for you getting the relic. But there's no tie-in to the relic for Savage, which is enough ranting. I need to progress to the next stage of the relic here so that I can spend some of my tombstones. Everyone present and accounted for? We appear to be missing Master Delian. So Branderhild actually gets names right. My apologies, but I had a hunch that I thought might save us some time. I spoke with some contingent officers, you see, and our Numerius is on the roster of Allied Imperial troops. That does certainly make things easier. And were they able to point you in the direction of this numerous chap's posting? Yes, Numerius is currently with his unit, organising the supply dump at Forum Patterns. We should head over there and hope he can spare a few moments to talk. The chill here seeps right into your bones. How are you all not shivering in that unseasonal attire? Oh, a Manderville man on a mission feels neither heat nor cold. I'm not sure how one's frame of mind can overcome the realities of frostbite. But then again, reality always seems relative around the Mandervilles. It would kind of be nice to see a relic that has a tie-in to Shared Fates. I wouldn't hate that. Like, you don't have to make it be max out. the thing in the zone. It could just be like, oh, get to level 2. But still, it'd just be nice to tie that in as well. Or do the special fate, like the Archaeotanya formidable Dave Kai fight, like do that once, or get your shared fate up to level 2 and buy the item using bicolor gemstones. Like either of those I think would be quite a good way of tying more content into the relic. It would have the same purpose of getting people out interacting into the open world again. Yep. Hello, is there a Numerius here? I'm Delian, the editor-in-chief of the Thavnarian Truth. I've come to follow up on your eyewitness account. Why does the Elizon look like he's a Thalmor from Skyrim? Like, legitimately. He looks like a Thalmor to me. The editor-in-chief himself. What an honor. Wish there was more to the story, but everything I know was in my submission. I've naught left to tell. It's the eyes and the flat hair. Yeah. Unless you've something else to share. Didn't you say you saw the saucer as well? His third eye also looks fake. Oh, I did more than just see it. This was around the time when the fighting with Nerva's faction had escalated into all-out war, you understand. I've been assigned to an anti-aircraft cannon and was actively surveying for enemies when this silver vessel flew into view. Some new kind of war machina, I presumed, so I opened fire and knocked it out the sky. Like a kid who licked a plastic gemstone and smacked it on his forehead. Yeah, legitimately. Presumed? You mean you never got a look at the wreckage? We were at war. I wasn't about to venture onto the battlefield to indulge my curiosity. It's probably still out there. Somewhere. We have to find that flying, or should I say fallen, silvery saucer. Do you have any idea where it crashed? Not an exact location, no. Then we'd best have the gods' own luck. Garlemald's capital city encompasses malms and malms of icy wilderness. Why are you still... Why are you still dressed for Thavner? Huh? Huh? Coochie coochie coo. Coochie coochie coo. If I may, do you happen to remember the approximate speed and bearing of the saucer, and the position and firing angle of the cannon? More or less, I think. An artillerist without a head for numbers wouldn't be long for the profession. I like how they're not questioning Branderhild. That should be sufficient. Thank you. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? I have it. The starship impacted the Earth 1,360 yards to the northeast of our current location. Give or take a few yards. How in the seven hells did you arrive at that conclusion? Elementary algebra, my dear Delian. Assuming the craft belonged to Master Poo-Poo's comrade is of similar construction, determining its trajectory is trivial. You want that as an emote so bad. It would be good. My brilliant clone, ladies and gentlemen. I was about to offer the self-same conclusion, but once again, he's beaten me to the punch. Hooray for Inspector Branderhild! I seem to have stolen my progenitor's thunder. My apologies. 1,360 or so yards to the northeast of here. That improves the chances of our search from near hopeless to rather hopeful. Let's go find this fallen saucer, shall we? I'm not so sure that is Julianne anymore. All I can tell you is they're wearing shiny black briefs. Half-buried pot. I mean, that is... Now that I want as an emote. That I want. Oh, God. A pot half buried in the snow. Nothing alien to speak of. Hey, Godbert. Ah, scorched metal plating. Could it be? A scorched and twisted scrap of metal plating. A starship like Poo-Poo's could well have been reduced to a similar state were it hit by artillery rounds. Oh, what have we found here? An exterior panel. This is for my friend's starship, I'm sure of it. Debris from the crash landing. I see no other pieces in the immediate vicinity, which means the vessel may have weathered the barrage and made good its escape. Another possibility is your comrade recovered most of the wreckage, or some as yet an unknown party did. You're saying someone may have made off with our cosmic visitor? Saucer and all? I say, this is an altogether different kind of alien abduction. Has anyone seen Nashu? Now you mention it, where is my loyal assistant? Help! You have to help! My beloved Miss Nashu's been kidnapped! Some cad claiming to be an agent of Dr. Lugay came and took her away. He told me to tell you, and I quote, if you want your precious companion returned alive, After must present herself at the Tower of Babel, specifically the Magitech servicing facility. Don't forget that part. The gall, the temerity, the audacity! My stalwart aide spirited away under my very nose. My apologies, but who are you? A close acquaintance of Nashu, I assume. He wishes. Me? Oh, no, I wish. I mean, I just happened to be passing through this snowfield. I'm a snowflake inspector, you see. No two alike and all that. Anyway, enough about me. You need to go and save Miss Nashu. At last, a chance to stretch my legs. What say you, my son? Shall we get this rescue mission underway? Indeed we shall. They left without us, even though this good doctor fellow asked for you by name. Curious. There are a bunch of S ranks that I am missing right now because I'm maxed out. There's no point. I've collected what evidence remained of the crash, but solving this mystery will have to wait. The case of the abducted assistant calls. Is this the first time that we've had a instanced section? Meanwhile, at the Tower of Babel... All shall fall before Supre Lugay. With this new and improved body, revenge will finally be mine. You will release Nashu at this instant. What are you two doing here? I specifically asked for the adventurer. Be gone before I unleash my fury prematurely. Oh, this promises to be a proper battle. I see no reason to trouble after. We tackle this menace as father and son, the Manderville men, together. Agreed. I'll not waste my appetite for vengeance on the side dishes. Hired thugs, time to earn your pay. I love that there's like a mini, like, stick man skeleton from the head. Oh, a little warm-up before the main event. Get them! Wait, what? Gentlemanly smash, gentlemanly thrust. Rage of the Gentleman. Grants 15 seconds of gloves off. Manderville drop kick. Leap toward your target, delivering a gentlemanly attack. Can only be executed while gloves are off. Ooh. Manderville sprint, and he has a limit break. Dear God, the range on that. Is he just dancing? God damn it, Hildy. Oh. Must father do everything? Your lackeys were found lacking. Come out and face your fate. Insolent worms! The sun will be the first to die. What is this impending dread? Mummy? Daddy? If you could be so kind. Oh, keep running, my son. Why are they hitting me? You survived my missiles? Then enjoy some leftover war machina. Seems a sturdier group than the last. Oh, they may indeed survive a few more taps of the hammer. I'm so confused, but this is making me want to do my goldsmith job quests. If this is what the crafter job quests were like, an amusing diversion, but you'll need to do better than that. This is over. Surrender. My war machina! If reasonable means fail, then unreasonable measures are called for. Stand back, Hildibrand. Let your old man handle this. I was just getting started. You've stopped them all by sidestepping? Very well. It seems I must crush you myself. Finally decided to take us seriously, have you? Prepare to pay for your crimes, Doctor. You can pray for them too. My face at that moment was priceless with the clones from Dad. I mean, it's just not what I was expecting. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I get hit. There's no... There's no repercussions. Haha, I've had worse Chigoa bites. What manner of fiend are you? I'm a Manderville man. This move was meant for another. You've earned my ire. My thanks, Father. That could have been worse. The hardiness of these Mandervilles is unnatural. And for your next trick... that's gonna suck me in. Suck. God damn it. That was exciting. Mayhap I should have let it hit me. Are we playing a game here? Is he enjoying this? You aggravating vermin! My plans are in ruins! You forced my hand. I'll bring this place down on your heads! The Doctor leaves himself wide open. Let us seize the advantage. Oh god, it's going to be spinning Hildy and throwing Hildy into him, isn't it? I can see it now. Now's our chance. Oh no. A dual suplex? Oh god. Oh god, Godbutter is going to suplex them both. Yeah. Oh no. He's going to drive Hildy into the robot, isn't he? The Manderville Men! Victorious again. Manderville Generational Bonding Overdrive. Yeah, who could have seen that coming? Ah, things seem to be well in hand. Don't get ahead of yourself. There you are, my loathsome nemesis. I saved something special just for you. A rocket? No, no rocket. A goblin? No, not a goblin. Shield, ah. Oh god. Oh god. Where's it gonna land? Oh, surprise, surprise. Oh, we're back to the volleyball. Oh no, a header. It's soccer. That is the Jack shot. No! That was a lovely nap. Ugh. Oh? Did someone build a Magitech servicing facility while I was asleep? Nicely done, Inspector Branderhild. Once more, the clone has put the original to shame. Inspector, please. I am but a pale imitation of your ideal. Hey, Neo, how you doing? Huh. I knew keeping company with the famous after would lead me to a worthy challenge. Worthy of breaking a sweat, at least. You've done all the work for me. You've done all the work for me. Same thing, different delivery. Interesting. Work? This? 'Twas but a playful skirmish compared to your usual do-or-die dilemmas. The villain is vanquished and Nashu is returned to us safe and sound. I say we head back to Razat Han to regroup and rethink our position. Your comrade yet lives, Master Poo-Poo. I'm certain of it. Take heart, and let us continue the search. And then I think this will unlock the next Manderville weapon stage, right? To Garlemald and back we have journeyed. Yet this is just the beginning of the case of the silent correspondent. Come, my friends, the shard of saucer we secured shall lead us onward to new discoveries. Wait for me, Inspector. I don't know which way is onwards. I should follow him, shouldn't I? Wait for me! A final word from yours truly, if I may. The complexities of Godbrand's techniques had me flummoxed, I confess. I do believe this recent spot of exertions provided me just the inspiration I require. When you're ready to proceed with our endeavour, pray, drop a word in Master Geralt's ear. I shall make myself available forthwith. Until our next meeting. And there is an S rank on Phantom right now that I can't go and do. Thank you for assisting with my investigations. Once again, our travels were rife with inexplicable phenomena, yet I'm no closer to exposing Poo-Poo's well-concealed conspiracy. He will slip up one day, though, and you and I will be there to catch him. If you say so. Meanwhile, somewhere in Thavnair... Oh, yeah? What the fuck is that? Oi, Jimmy, come take a look at this! Huh. Must have been the wind. Wait. Okay. The guy that stole Hildibrand. They're working together. Heavens to Betsy! You took my coin and you failed. What audacity that you should return, seeking my largesse once more. I deserve your scorn, but I promise you, your plans are in danger so long as that tenacious pest yet lives. I know of a path to victory, a forbidden path, one which demands the manifestation of the divine. They're gonna summon a primal? You have my attention. Who's that then? I'm not sure it's someone that we have come across before. Alien friends with strange technology. Cloning yourself can lead to tragedy. But sometimes you get what you don't expect. A blocky man of quality, Inspector Branderhild. Flat-faced for sure, but still sharp as a tack. That sound effect immediately took me to Crash Bandicoot. There we go. Are we going to see Geralt with hair? Are they going to give him the tonic? How you finding that Manderville weaponry of yours? Seeing as mine was the hand at the forge, the answer you're looking for is bloody marvellous. Still, can always be better, and it sounds like Godbert's ready to build on the bare bones of what we've produced so far. I should call upon his lordship. After, so good of you to come. I've had my nose buried in that mystifying manual for what feels an age or more, but my decoding efforts have at last borne delicious fruit. It would seem that to further enhance the ethereal conductivity of our weaponry, we must apply yet another variety of meteorite, much as one produces sparks by smashing one rock against another. A rare chondrite in this case. The true key to the process, however, is something rather more intangible. Well, don't leave us hanging, you over-dramatic peacock. Tell us already. My ancestor's tome is, well, it is as much journal as it is instructional guide, and Godbrand details a history of failure to elevate his creations. As he was an accomplished warrior as well, he thus removed himself to the furthest reaches of the wilds, where he sought to vent his frustrations upon the most fearsome fiends that crossed his path. Post-battle clarity filled his spirit, and miracle of miracles, his next attempt at augmentation was a resounding success. So you see, the missing ingredient in Godbrand's recipe for refinement was the sublime tranquility achieved in the wake of an invigorating victory. Post-nut clarity. I myself received the blessings of battle-based enlightenment on my travel with After, following a mildly strenuous encounter with one Dr. Lugay. However, I contend, Master Geralt, your martial meditation is as yet woefully inadequate. Eh? You think me smashing skulls instead of ingots will somehow improve my forging instincts? I guarantee it! In fact, until you triumph over this trial, I suspect the next rung of Manderville mastery will forever remain beyond your reach. Not that I expect you to charge blindly into fisticuffs, nay, sir. I've prepared for you the perfect opponent. After, if you'd be so kind as to join Master Geralt at Windweft, I shall be with you momentarily. Post-nut clarity is vital. The hammering continues. Oh, someone's gonna get hammered, alright. They're gonna get pounded. And yet what's actually going on in my head is Patrick Starr going, firmly grasp it, for some reason. That impression was worryingly good. Well, here I am. So where's my perfect opponent? Eager to begin, I see. Capital. Follow me and we can get this clarifying combat underway. Mammoth. A flimsy little mammoth. Now, I ain't a warrior, but feast your eyes on these corded arms. If this were a tavern brawl, the smart coin would be on the smitty. As it should be, which is why I've set this fellow's battle parameters to the maximum level. Eh? Right then. Let's do this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Tricky little bastard. I know what this calls for. A generous application of Manderville mandated lubrication. Oh, what do you just slather me with? Only the finest Salamanderville, my good man. Feel it sink into your muscles and augment your natural prowess. 'Tis the oil of champions. You know, I do feel oddly powerful. I mean, it worked. Mutually assured destruction is still destruction. Take that, Tin Man. What a rush. I've never wanted to forge something so bad. If this is what battle enlightenment you was on about. The very same. In your heightened state of awareness, our enhancements are sure to be flawless. And let's get to work. As before, your job's to bargain for meteorite chunks for Jabruna. Rowena knows to supply her with the chondrite we need. I'll head back and warm up the furnace. Furnace? Furnace. Oh, even at its weakest, watching my mammoth do battle is always a treat. Its weakest? Yes, I actually had this axe-wielding gentleman set to his lowest parameters, and while the Salamanderville does stimulate circulation, it has no other special effects. The most daunting opponent you see is the Prison of the Mind. Even should the battle itself be a charade, the positive momentum one gains from prevailing in what was perceived to have been a mighty struggle is no less real. Now, If you'd kindly see to procuring the chondrite, I must attend to my part of the preparations. Sweating. Or what? Is it going to have to be a different bodily excretion this time? Is that the final... The final augmentation? Is he just comes on it? Well, there was lube involved. Very true. Very true. Oh, and there's another S rank. Ah. So, I've just gotten rid of some stuff, and now I can go to the moon. It's on Phantom. Where is it? Am I blind? Oh, I was blind. Yes, I was blind. Hello. Why? You're reaching for my face, which is adorable. But what do you want? Because you won't jump on my lap. Hmm? You don't want to be picked up. Gotcha. Yeah, I got your missus. Okay, yeah, you got my nipple. That's the most action I've had in 9 months. That's my other nipple. Maybe she just thought I wanted a new piercing. Maybe. That's why I have this. Is to when normally it's up here, but obviously that looks a bit weird for the camera. Ooh. Well, I'm awake now. Ooh, And then there's an Aziz La S rank after this as well. Alright. It's here. Where? Yeah, okay. Right, we'll murder this, and then unless another S rank turns up on Phantom, we'll go and turn in the well-oiled ship. The complimentary chondrite. Sweet. And this is when the next S rank just immediately spawns and I have to run off somewhere else. Furnace is raw. The furnace is roaring and ready. Let's have a new space rocks then. Right. Send for his lordship and we can break out the hammer and tongs. Wasn't it Firmis earlier? It was. It was Firmis earlier, now it was Formis. I think I smell toast. So we have a Firmis and a Fornis. Wonder what else. Ooh. I don't actually hate that. Success! Our collaborative masterpiece taken to new heights. The amazing Manderville sword and the amazing Manderville kite shield. Yeah, I actually don't hate that. And there's the S rank. It's Mordona. What did I tell you? Tis the undeniable results of your martial awakening. I still have my doubts on that front, but aye, 'tis a thing of beauty nonetheless. On the topic of masterpieces, should you desire to refine any other Manderville armaments in your possession, then pray call upon my artisanal protege here. He too has found enlightenment in the crucible of battle, and stands ready with a clear mind and steady hand. That's right, he'll just be jacking off in the corner every time he needs that post-nut clarity. Aye, well, I'll be around as usual. Make sure it all meets my demanding standards. Are you pleased with your weaponry's new appearance, by the by? Or were you mayhap more enamoured with its previous incarnation? Oh, I do understand the attraction of simple elegance. Talk to this flupper here and they can make the old weapon. Which is why we've begun offering a line of Manderville weapon replicas. I am opening a storefront here on a trial basis, so please do bless us with your patronage if ever you feel so inclined. I thought Rowena was a glutton for commerce. Our work is as aesthetically pleasing as it is practical. It would be foolish to leave such an obvious business venture untapped. Merchants talk aside, how much longer till we're properly perfected your ancestors' creation? Get the feeling we've scarce scratched the surface. An excellent question, and a difficult one to answer. In breaking the cipher, I've come to realise the manual is but the first part of an incomplete set. Incomplete? You can't be serious. Where's the bloody rest of it then? Presently, unknown. Finding the continuation of Godbrand's guide shall consume my waking hours. Then occupying a table at the Mayonnaise will consume mine. You're lucky they got an impressive selection of spirits. Once again, I do apologise for the interminable delays. Fare thee well, my friends. I shall depart on my quest without further ado. And the S rank's probably dead in about 5 seconds. And it's dead. Damn it. Oh, I only have an hour to grab my dailies for yesterday, so I should do that. Even if I don't do them yet, I should grab them. But yeah, I don't hate how these look with the glow effects. They're quite dark, which is good for me. Could do like a dark night. style thing. Which, you know, is very easy given that I have the Archfiend armor. Right, what do I actually want to do it as, though? Dark Knight or Astro are my lowest levels, but to be honest, I should probably do Viper because DPS are harder to level. Back to the moon! And lastly, the only one we'll actually do. At least that we'll do on camera. Oh good, they're all here. I don't have to leave this little zone. Cool. Yeah, give me more rotations like that. Where I just have to come in here and gather everything and it takes like 2 minutes. Oh, motherfucker, but then I have to deliver it to different places. You little fool. There's always a catch. Take your worms. And there we go. Even with having to run around to deliver him that way. Wait, what? Motherfucker! Okay, well we can still do that today. We can do that in an hour. But in order for me to do it, I will have to do my Leporit and Arcasadora quests as well. Oh no! That's gonna be so time consuming! Best to get there from Ralmers, okay. Hey, Dahu.
Why are you wet?
Have you been outside? Was that it? It was raining earlier. Nope. That was an early pull, I think. Hey, Quisty, thanks for the raid. Hi, everyone. Welcome to... Not necessarily right now Hildy, but ostensibly Hildy. Hades the Pyro. Thank you for the follow. Okay, now we can murder it. How you guys doing? What have you just been doing? Oh, here comes the tail. Smashing. Ooh, sweet. And immediately... Oh, no, that's in a Dawn Trail zone. I can't do that one. Okay. You've been doing some Bosnia in prep for the update tomorrow. Nice. I'm still working my way through Bosnia. I've completed my Paladin relic. Sorry, my cat is just she's rubbing herself against the door frame and just will not stop meowing again. And it's like she's a crackhead. It's adorable and concerning in equal measure. I've lost my train of thought. She's doing so great, yeah. Yeah, I've done my Paladin relic, but I've got to do the others.
Following me?
Thank you for the follow, Quisty. You've got to run. Fair enough. Thank you very much for the raid and for dropping by, and have a good day. Yeah, we need to do the next set of quests. Adorable against a door. I see what you did there. Ah, he's sleeping. After, eager to resume our investigations? I know I am. Do you recall the scrap of alien starship we recovered? Well, Inspector Branderhild has employed his unsettling calculative capacity to extrapolate the damage to the greater whole, and he's concluded the vessel would be incapable of flight without extensive repairs. Our most likely scenario, then, is that some unknown agent made off with the starship wreckage, along with Poo-Poo's acquaintance. Fortunately, I have an idea who that unknown agent might be. After all, there is a singular, shadowy cabal with a history of concealing extraterrestrial activity. Actually, let's head over to Karma first. The Inspector and the others are staying in a dwelling there, and I'd rather not explain myself twice.
Why are you following me?
Thank you, Talalarg, for the follow. Do I need to be concerned that there's going to be a bunch more coming in quick succession and I'm going to struggle to pronounce people's names? Oh, he's sleeping. He's just sleeping. He's just a sleepy guy. 'Tis horrible misfortune after calamitous even. Poor Master Poo-Poo's fallen gravely ill. I'm sorry, is this War of the Worlds? He's so bluish green. More so, I mean. Could he have caught a cold? I suppose it was quite chilly up there in Garlemald. Poo-Poo is an alien. Who knows what extraterrestrial diseases might be ravaging his body? Or terrestrial ones, given that it's entirely new to his immune system. Nashu's Delight's the best medicine for whatever ails you, as the Inspector himself can attest. Good gods, Nashu! You'll blow our host's domicile to pieces. Put those away! Aww. If I may, when I was cloned from the Inspector, certain gaps in my knowledge were patched with supplementary data from the Starship's archives. This information included an encyclopedic understanding of Master Poo-Poo's physiology, which should be sufficient for me to diagnose this condition. A Xenoman hybrid mind. That explains the impossible calculations. Here we go again. I have it! Master Poo-Poo is afflicted by a terrible case of the common cold. Gods grant me strength. As a visitor to Aetheris, Master Poo-Poo has no prior exposure to our maladies. He is thus particularly susceptible to infection, and more likely to experience severe symptoms. Aha! It is just as I surmised. We must put aside the case until we've nursed our stricken companion back to health. But even if it is a common cold, isn't there a risk our medicine do him more harm than good? They almost certainly would. Based on the results of my analysis, however, I believe I can synthesize an effective remedy. We need but gather the ingredients. Then ingredients you shall have. So, what are we gathering exactly? Most of what we can require can be drawn from Master Poo-Poo's collected samples. Otherwise, there are only two which we lack. The first of these is the liver of a giant tortoise. A suitable organ can be extracted from one of the cachapa which wanders Saltwind's welcome. Ah, the slaughtering of a monstrous opponent. That sounds like a job for after. The other material in question is a rare fungus known as damp shroom, which I'm hoping can be found along the Great Works' extensive stock of alchemical reagents. Very well. Nashu, Delian, and I will scour the alchemist's shelves. Meanwhile, I would ask that you remain here and keep an eye on our ailing patient. Inspector Branderhild, you're such an expert on all things Thavnir. Oh, I wouldn't say expert. Simple conclusions from simple observations. Nothing more. As I said, I'm hoping the alchemists have the damp shroom we need, but it really is quite rare. Once you have the tortoise liver, would you be so kind as to assist the others in procuring the fungus? Then let us not prolong Master Poo-Poo's suffering a moment longer. It seems we have a job to do. Further discussion of the abduction will have to wait. Okay. Let's go get us a liver. To be fair, whilst I'm at it... Yeah. Something for me. So this is just the hippos, so I don't need to read it, because it's just a daily. You're fanning yourself through a typhoon. Alright, there's one less thing to worry about. Here's the turtle I need to murder. Easy. Steep the legs. I understand that reference. Although, aren't they? They're making another Karate Kid, aren't they? I believe it still has Jackie Chan in it, but doesn't have Jaden Smith anymore. I've got my nutsack. Long-legged Tacalia crab. Long-legged Mac Daddy. Hey, please. Thank you. There don't appear to be any hungry crabs. There's a hungry crab. This is entirely necessary to murder a crab, yes. It's going to be quickest if I... Whoop. Oh, I'm still in Spriggan. Whoops. While wearing the disguise, enter your god is come. Odd fetish, but okay. My god is what? You heard me. Your god is come. That voice! You're after, aren't you? What in the world are you doing dressed like that? I'm just here talking about our Lord and Saviour. Come. Oh, a fellow Arcasadora was frightened by my prayers. My apologies. I often recite my prayers absent-mindedly while I go about my work gathering herbs. I see. Well, don't forget lubrication. Did you find that terrible monster? Did you? Please say yes. Oh. Well, aren't I silly? That's what I get for worshipping cum. Let's go and turn these in. And then I just need to do the Leporits. So that we can then accept the... I think I have to do 2 more Omicron. Yeah, because they give 60 each. I'll need to do 2 Omicron quests so that I can rank up with them. I promise I'm sometimes a smart man. Often not on stream, but sometimes. Sometimes I am a smart man. Oh, this will give me tombstones as well, of course. I need to travel back to Phantom. Well, I don't need to, but I should travel back to Phantom. Soon. TM. After. I have every confidence you'd bring us a suitable liver. Alas, the dank shroom yet eludes us. We require only the dankest of shrooms. Alchemist said the fungus has few applications, so they don't bother to stock it most of the time. Then I must put my keen inspector's sense to work. Stand back while I attune myself with the essence of the dank. Yeah. Yeah, let me just take a minute to yeah. Ah, yes. The essence of dank. Damp. The word is damp shroom. You'll forgive me if I have no faith in your abilities. 'Tis close, my friends, and getting closer and closer even as we speak. Here, you folk are in the market for damp shrooms. I might have some to sell, if you're interested. But how? We certainly are, my fine fellow. Right then, if you'll give me a moment to retrieve the goods, we can finalise our transaction up on the perfumed rise. Was it genuine clairvoyance or sheer coincidence? I'm not sure anymore. Though in all fairness, when it comes to Inspector Hildibrand, preternatural perception is one of his least baffling talents. In any case, we should hurry to the rise to take this man up on his timely offer. I feel like the Lala isn't really trying to hide anymore. No, she's dozing off in the rain. Come on. Go for it. Get your crazy energy out. Come on. I know I said I was going to fix cat cam. I didn't. So instead, I'm just trying to get her to attack the green screen behind me. Yeah, there we go. Oh, she's really grabbed on. No, and she's had enough. Okay. Understood. Ah, you're here. Good, good. And here's the damp shroom as promised. Haha! Glad we are for your assistance. Not so fast. There's still the matter of payment. Of course, of course. And how much do we owe you, my good fan? Considering the extreme rarity of the fungus in question, I couldn't let it go for less than 1,000,000 gil. 1,000,000 gil for one measly mushroom? That's outright robbery. A bargain, I counter. You'd pay tenfold my price in the markets. I thought to do you a kindness in urge of your current need. A kindness in light of your urgent need. But I'm more than willing to find another buyer if you wish to spit upon my generosity. Nashu, how fare we for coin? We're plumb out, Inspector. Ah, then this is a prickly pickle. Where are we to obtain sufficient funds at such short notice? I ain't paying a mill. 1,000,000 gil, was it? I have an orchestrion roll collecting problem. Gotta buy 'em all. Spent the last of my savings on Return to Oblivion. Sorry, that was making my cat copy me in response. Oh. I have an orchestrion roll collecting problem. Gotta buy 'em all. Spent the last of my savings on the Return to Oblivion. If that's the way of it, then I shall beg father for the necessary amount. Saving Master Poo-Poo's life is worth every gil. Give that man nothing. Who's that? Oh! We have you now, deceitful scum. Your swindling days are over. Razat Khan's city guard at your service. We'd received reports of this man's questionable activities and have been keeping a close eye on him ever since. Damp shroom's a rare find in the bazaar, to be sure, but only because there's no real demand for it. The price this charlatan quoted you was, quite frankly, ludicrous. But thanks to your ignorance and poor judge of character, we were able to catch him in the act. As a token of our gratitude, you're welcome to keep the fungus, assuming you still want it. Yes, very much so. That's very, magnanimous of you. Bah, you think I enjoy tricking fools out their coin? If that bastard hadn't declared my job redundant, I wouldn't have needed to stoop so low. He blames a rising star among the merchant prices for his woes. Van Hoody, I believe his name was, purchased the trading consortium where the man was working, which led to a restructuring of the hierarchy. but a lot of people out of work. Fanudi. I know that name. Something about an acquisitions deal gone sour. Father was willing to sell him a slice of his Hannish enterprise, I think, but balked when the man offered to buy our family business in its entirety. Truly, there's no telling how deep the coffers of this Vanudi are, nor do any know the secret of how he amassed such kingly wealth so damnably fast. There are whispers, though, that he solved alchemy's oldest and most legendary of problems, the transmutation of base metal into gold. Unlikely, to say the least, but whatever the source of Vanudi's riches, he shows no reluctance in spending them. He's brought a historic temple to serve as his home, and commissioned a private airship among other extravagant expenditures. Nice for some, eh? Core, that swindling case had barely started before you solved it, Inspector. All in a day's work, my dear Nashu. I believe our business upon this scented hill is concluded. Let us hurry the ingredients back to Inspector Branderhill, shall we? That's not a Lalafell. I may have mollified his lordship with the secrets of divine manifestation, but the stench of failure yet clings to me. I must redeem myself in his eyes by crushing my most hated foe. Or... do I have time? When was it? There's another S rank. And I might just make it in time for it. Still tied. I made it just in time. Sweet. And now there's another S rank. I mean, I need 6 more in order to get the next Manderville Relic phase. But yeah, this is why I'm really not worried about the Manderville Relics. What have you got stuck to your paw? Is that litter? Or it almost looks like confetti. I need to go to Elpis, Nagronesis. Yeah. That's adorable. Oh, okay. Didn't want to be picked up. Understood. Just wanted me to reach over to pet her. So yeah, this puts me at, I'll need 5 more in order to do the 3rd phase Manderville. But if I can do the 3rd phase Manderville, I can then accept the final quest. Nuts. And there's another one. Okay, back to Omega. I mean, there's multiple reasons why I want these S ranks. I need the sacks of nuts for the Vine Garoon mount, and I need the poetics for Manderville. So why not? Unless I think Agents by Agents Unknown was the first quest in this patch, so we'll have 1 more Manderville quest, and then we'll unlock the 3rd Manderville phase. It's not exactly far off. So I need to go to Mare, Best Ways. I need Instance 1. I think I was already in one, but... And whilst I'm here, I could do my Leporic quests, couldn't I? It's all coming together. It seems like when I try and do Hildy quests, other stuff gets in the way. Baby. Baby. Even now, she's continually making noises. They just don't. They're not loud enough to turn up on the mic because of my noise gate and suppression. Hey, no? Okay. Yeah. Hello. Hi. Really? Yeah. How many nutsacks? Ooh! I'm about halfway to having Divine Garoon. Oh, and there's another S rank on Omega. I can't. Oh no, I can see it. No? No, I can't. Where is it? Oh, it's across the bridge, right. Okay, so it's here-ish. There it is. Okay, I see it. Never mind. I'm just blind. Interesting. Of course. As is tradition. The great family gathering. It is quite a long... Okay. There's another one. There's so many S ranks right now. It's a good problem to have, but goddamn. We're going back to the moon. We're going back to the moon. Again, I need instance 1. Yep, someone's already aggroed it. And people are dying. Whoops. How many raises on me? So after this one, I need 2 more S ranks. Or it's almost the daily reset, so I could also get a lot more poetics by doing my MSQ roulette. I do love that when you get a load of players in one area, it does the background noise of people talking. It's such a small detail, but it just makes things so much more atmospheric. Okay. Am I gonna get back to Phantom before the next S rank pops? Oh, hey. Sup, creeper? think that's the first time I've noticed him if he's always there. Inspector Hildibrand tells me you have a liver to go along with this damp shroom. Hold on. Sorry, wrong glam. Fine specimen, thank you. I'll be mixing the ingredients in the starship, so let us convey Master Poo-Poo outside, that we may administer his medicine as soon as it is ready. He's just a baby. He looks like Manaphy, is it? From Pokemon? This should be sufficiently remote. I'll have the craft come to us and we can commence the treatment. I mean, he also looks like a fucking Pikmin, but... Oh, well, he looks better. Oh, I feel so much better. I cannot thank you all enough. Master Poo-Poo recovered his strength in mere moments. 'Twould seem his powers of recuperation are just as advanced as his technology. I want the hide emote, damn it. I came here from another world. A stranger you've no cause to trust. And yet you've treated me so kindly. The people of this star are so very welcoming. You're a dear friend now, Master Poo-Poo. It is our pleasure to help. And it will be my pleasure to harm. It's coming from his nose. He's gonna sneeze a laser beam at us. He's gonna refract it. I'll not fall for the same trick twice. Uh-huh. Hildy. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no, not the Coblin. Or Doblin, or whatever that one is. I didn't expect it to be bouncy. Impudent worms, taste my full power! The Lala's there every time. Okay. But what was it supposed to do? Oh. We're gonna spike it. No? Never mind. Slam dunk. So we've had both volleyball and basketball. And it's fine. I mean, that's good. Not again! Huh, it's usually Hildibrand that's the one blasting off. He's off to go get head again. Get the head again. You took the full force of that destructive beam, yet there you stand. Somewhat singed, but apparently unharmed? I've pondered and puzzled over this inexplicable fortitude of yours, and feel compelled to ask. Are you an alien? A fine jest, but I assure you, I am without a doubt an Uldan-born Manderville of terrestrial Hyuran stock. He's Hildibrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. What more do you need to know? Where to even begin? But never mind. We have more pressing matters. Such as locating Master Poo-Poo's missing comrade. 'Tis time we reopened the case of the silent correspondent. Yes, exactly. And I have a firm theory as to who it was that took the wreckage and its erstwhile pilot. The Sharlians. I mean, maybe. I'm all but certain they've allied with insidious extraterrestrials, which means they'll be under orders to remove any evidence of alien activity. I wager we'll find what we're looking for in Old Sharlian. We need only infiltrate their operations and expose this nefarious conspiracy. The Sharlians can't be bothered to formally ally with foreign nations, much less aliens, and the Leporites don't count. Trust me, they'd sooner flee the star than attempt to subjugate it. No, the Leporites don't count. While Master Delian's theory does lack supporting facts, we have no other promising leads to pursue at the present. Moreover, I understand that Sharlian sets the standard for monitoring astronomical and astrological phenomenon. Mayhap their experts have been tracking extraterrestrial movement. I have spoken out of turn. Please, forgive my presumptuousness. Nay, my friend, I too sense our paths point to the Isle of Archons. Pack your bags, everyone. We leave for Sharlian immediately. How are they going to react to Poo-Poo? Oh? Charlian awaits. We need only charter a suitable sea vessel. Of course, but does not the city lie many days' sail to the north? Is there no swifter means of reaching our destination? How about a spaceship? So, this experimental aetheryte will allow us to travel thither even absent attunement. Splendid! Then we shall avail ourselves of the technological marvel forthwith. Okay. Let me guess, everyone's gonna be fucked up except Hildy. And maybe Brandy. Oh god. Where's this emo? Okay, yeah, Brandy and Hildy, and apparently Nashu as well, are all fine? So this is the City of Learning. A sophisticated gentleman should feel right at home here. Oh, how are you all not sick to your stomachs? Experimental aetherytes make travel exponentially more fun. Sometimes I feel as though I'm the only normal person in this group of eccentrics. But this is not the time to succumb to nausea. Not here, in the belly of the beast. Rumour has it the Charlian's secret agents travel the star in search of specimens, which they collect and bring home in service to a confidential research project. Said project is conducted in a huge underground military facility. If we're to find answers, that's where we need to look. Secret agents? You mean Gleaners? Labyrinthos. Not a military facility. No, you mean the Gleaners? These Gleaner chaps sound like they might know a thing or two. I say we pay them a visit in their little underground base. We simply take a lift from the Hall of Artifice, yes? And let us be on our way. It'll be quicker if I fast travel. Oh, whilst we're here as well. Guess what? S rank. It's time for garlic. No, coasted our souls quicker. Ooh. Oh, he's playing in the water. That works. So after this, I need 1 S rank for third phase Manderville. Here we go. This will die quick. Although there's not actually that many people here. I guess there's not a lot of demand for a Realm Reborn S ranks. Although again, the allied seals for Aetheryte tickets. Now watch, as soon as I get back to Phantom. S rank? No. Okay. Well, I'm going to quickly use the allied seals that we've been getting. Nice. Where do I need to go? Old Charlotte. That's right. Ah, these must be the lifts in question. Do you see any other lifts? Do you wish to descend into Labyrinthos, madam? My apologies, but each of your companions must also secure the proper permissions before we can allow them entrance. If it's assurances you need, then surely a single glance is all you require to judge us trustworthy. That's not how bureaucracy works. Yeah, trustworthy indeed. I could certainly make some judgments, but that's neither here nor there. Admission to Labyrinthos is subject to foreign policy. You're the ones who should be judged. I know you're hiding aliens and xenotechnology in that underground base of yours. Admit it! Xenotechnology? I sincerely have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, yet again do our paths cross in most serendipitous fashion. Hey, Goldbert. fancy seeing you here. Father, what business brings you to Sharlayan? I'm in search of a certain object, one crucial to the continued refinement of the Manderville weaponry. My investigation led me to believe it is to be found here, in Labyrinthos. And as you also seem to have business down below... This is my son and his bosom companions. If I vouch for their character, will you kindly allow them to board the lift? Ah, Master Godbert Manderville. The Forum sent word of your impending arrival. As a member of this syndicate, your ambassadorial status affords you an entourage of up to 5 members. Pray consider their permissions arranged. I know not your current mission, but for the time being, I suggest you accompany me to the Archeon. Oh no. He's been thwarted. Thwarted by red tape. Yeah, not much point teleporting to it. It's not far away. Oh wait, no, it's up. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Whoops. So is he here? Did he manage to make it in? We're underground, but above ground at the same time. I don't see him. If he did make it in after all. No, okay, I guess he's actually not here. Damn. From what Father tells me, this storage facility is replete with samples and specimens collected from every land on Etheirys. If anyone has information concerning visiting aliens and crashed starships, it'll be these studious folk. A shiny silver saucer? I'm sorry, but we've no record of any such object in our archives, either whole or in part. Or so you'd have us believe, but the purpose of this complex, this military fortress, is plain. You cannot deny that you're conducting secret research on alien starships. We are not conducting secret research on alien starships. Yes, we did build a starfaring vessel in Thormazine, but it was neither for military purposes nor of extraterrestrial origin. Disguising your foul lies with the sprinkling of the truth, are we? Fine. I'll dig up the facts myself, and then everyone will hear what you're really up to. While I cannot assist you with your missing craft, I do recall seeing an individual of like appearance to your companion here. You do? And where was this, pray tell? At Meriol Agronomics in the medial circuit. The lift at the back of the building will take you down there. Many thanks, my good man. Well, well. Seems you found yourself a solid lead. I have my own search to attend to, so I shall bid you good hunting and good day. Another round of in-depth inquiries by the Agent of Enquiry and friends is in order. To Meriol Agronomics we go. Hello. Your description would lead me to believe you're looking for one of the Mandragoras hereabout. But if, as you say, it's something else you're after, then I'm not sure I can be of much help. I only just started working here, so you may have more luck asking the older hands. Ah, you must be talking about one of those new Mandragora strains. We whipped up a batch of bright blue stray onions. I'm afraid they started to rot almost immediately. Not a mandra, you say? Well, the only other bluish thing I can think of around here are the grapes. Look how luscious this crop turned out. Yeah, I don't see any Lalafells that could be the stalker. Yeah, the little blue man. Saw him with my own two eyes, I did, and it was no Mandragora. A gleaner in the company of an outside visitor passed through a little while back. Nothing too unusual there, only this friend you described was scuttling along with him. I know not what purpose brought them to the farm, but whatever it was, they didn't tarry long. Wonderful. That corroborates the information I but moments ago skillfully squirreled out of this farmer. She claims to be an acquaintance of the gleaner in question, and will bring him to talk to us shortly. Convenient. Love a MacGuffin. Let's round up the others. We should all be present to hear what revelations this professional collector has to share. And you couldn't have, fixed your clothing in the meantime? You're the folk asking about the little blue man, yeah? Oh, and you brought someone who's practically identical. You must be the same species, surely. My friend was really here then? They certainly were. If you've a moment or three, I'll tell you the whole tale. To begin at the beginning, I was in Thavnair on a procurement mission when I crossed paths with an apothecary and his unusual companion. As I mentioned, the companion was almost your twin in appearance, and the wagon they rode upon bore a damaged vessel, the likes of which I'd never seen before. Could it be? As a collector by trade, I have a certain weakness for oddities. Thus did I hail the apothecary to inquire after his company and his cargo. The man was only too happy to share his story. He had, it seems, quite recklessly plunged into the war-torn lands of Garlemald to sell his wares, reasoning that where there was conflict, there would be a need for medicinal goods. The state of affairs was rather more volatile than he'd anticipated, however, and he was soon forced to abandon his venture. And so the apothecary began his long trek home, only to shortly thereafter discover a strange silvery ship, and its shaken pilot, crash-landed in a snowfield. It cannot be a coincidence. The story continues. After extricating the battered vessel and its occupant from the snow, he brought them home to Razat Khan. His guests wished to make repairs to the craft, yet among the wonders of the bazaar they struggled to find suitable parts. Hearing this, I suggested they bring the wreckage itself to Labyrinthos, and after they agreed to the idea, I escorted them here myself. Alas, even the Thormazine engineers who worked on the Ark were stymied by the exotic ship, finding its technology impossible to comprehend, let alone replicate. The little blue fellow eventually resorted to drafting schematics. While the engineers followed these step by step to craft the necessary bits and bobs, the apothecary and his companion were waiting here at Merial. And then what happened? Well, once our industrious visitor had what they needed, they repaired the vessel in a twinkling. The pair then departed almost immediately, and I've seen neither hide nor hair of them since. I'm told the apothecary paid a handsome sum for the engineer's services, but being typical Sharlians, I wager they happily forfeited the coin for a chance to pore over every square ilm of that ship. Now, I'm no scientist, but I'm beginning to think such an incredible vessel must have been some kind of starfaring craft, and that little blue man, well, he must have been an alien from another world. Or so I'd like to believe. I'm an avid reader of the Thavnarian truth, you see, and love to entertain those idle flights of fancy. But I've rambled on too long. There are errands to attend to, and I really must take my leave. Good fortune to you. Can it be true? I have a readership in Sharlian. Perhaps I've misjudged these people. 'Twould seem your comrade is hale and healthy, Master Poo-Poo, and in the company of a Hannish alchemist of undisclosed description. Yes, this is wonderful news. I'm grateful indeed we made the journey. I've a feeling this case will soon draw to a close. Come, let us return to Razat Han and continue the search. Back we go once again. To summarize our findings, we now know Master Poo-Poo's friend is safe and in the company of a Hannish gentleman, and possibly here on this very isle. Oh, that does sound promising. Father, you've returned to the city. I trust this means your own investigation was successful. That it was. Although laying hands on the object of my desires has been a long and frustrating ordeal, to say the least. Much painstaking research revealed to me the existence of a hereditary Manderville Relic, within which slumbers the secrets of weapon augmentation. Yet, though I turned our ancestral home upside down, I failed to unearth the artifact in question. The reason for its absence became clear when I chanced upon the journal of one of our forefathers. He wrote of a visiting scholar Keen's interest in the relic, and how he thus surrendered it to Sharlian's safekeeping for study. The trail led me to Labyrinthos, as it turns out. The Sharlians never did find time to conduct their analysis. The custodian and I found the curio tucked away in a dusty corner of the Archeon, still awaiting processing. Yu-Gi-Oh? And here it is, an oddity every bit as perplexing as Godbrand's cipher-bound manual. How are we to liberate its hidden wisdom? Oh, I can help you with that. These devices were made by the Mandervillians, a starfaring race with whom we once traded. Starfaring? Mandervillians? Yes, a highly evolved species with a mastery of advanced technologies. Our people shared ideas and inventions, so I'm quite familiar with your family's relic. If you so wish, I can have the device project whatever images were stored upon it. A darkened room would afford us the clearest view, however. Then let us retire to our rooms in Karma and dim the lanterns. We must behold these secrets in optimal conditions. Oh, he's back. Mandervillians. A coincidental naming? Or is there some deeper connection? Everyone comfortable? Let's see what the device has for us. Smut. Nothing but smut. I'm Godbrand, Wonder of Stars and Weaponsmith Extraordinaire. First Lord of House Manderville. This is the Godbrand, our founding father? I record this message that my descendants may know the truth of their cosmic origins. The tale is long, but I bid you watch until the very end. Heirs of mine, I am not a man born of this star, or even a man at all. I am of the Mandervillians, a race which hails from the far side of the great expanse. It's all making sense now. Mandervillians are parasitic symbionts. We can only survive by bonding with other life forms. Once our essence has taken root, we supplant the host's mind and strengthen its physical structures, imbuing our new form with a steel-like resilience. I knew there was something alien about that impossible imperviousness. Then, through the conjoining of compatible host bodies, we produce offspring which harbour the next generation of Mandervillians. But they're Coblins. This symbiotic variant eventually takes to the stars in search of potential new vessels, adapting and multiplying. So it was our race proliferated and spread throughout the cosmos. Until, tragically, our flourishing civilization was brought to an abrupt end. Every planet upon which we Mandervillians resided was visited by an inexplicable calamity. Our societies were brought to ruin by life forms suddenly twisted into horrific nightmares. That sounds rather familiar. So even stars far removed in time and space were ravaged by the final days. Desperate to avoid the same fate, a comrade and I boarded a ship and fled upward into the starry night. We flew and flew until we found a planet. Your planet. Untouched by the phenomenon, but the rigours of the journey had so damaged our craft we were forced to make an uncontrolled descent. I alone crawled from the wreckage, badly injured and near death, but even as I resigned myself to perish on this unfamiliar world, I was found by a man who had come looking for the falling star. As a rule, Mandervillians do not take intelligent life forms for hosts. After hearing my story, however, this sympathetic gentleman offered to become my vessel of his own accord. He was himself afflicted by an incurable malady, and with little time left to live, seemed content to know that his ailing body could provide safe haven for another. With his blessing, I set about transferring my essence. The man's form was revitalized and purged of its fatal frailty, yet the mind which dwelled within was now my own. I went on to build a new home for myself here, making use of my people's technology to ply the blacksmith's trade. I wed a local lass, and together we had a child. Although not pure Mandervillian, our offspring exhibits the same enhanced physiology. A boon, I suspect, shall be passed down for generations through the bloodline of House Manderville. My dear descendants, the folk of this star are most fragile. Yet, as the first man I encountered did demonstrate, they are nevertheless capable of surpassing love and generosity. As the last of the Mandervillians, I have but one request to make of you. Pray, employ your superlative attributes and my armory of Manderville armaments for the benefit of these wonderful people whom I hold in the highest regard. The dance has been around since the first Manderville. Oh, God. What an astounding development. Oh, God. I, Hildibrand Heliodor Maximilian Manderville, shall heed the passionate plea of my illustrious forebear. No case is too big nor too small should it be in service to my fellow man. It's a family tradition, true. He learns he's descended from an extraterrestrial being and it's still business as usual. But wait a minute, then why is Lady Julianne so monstrously strong? Is she a descendant of aliens too? Well, well, this is most unexpected. Never did it cross my mind that our esteemed ancestor might hail from beyond the heavens. Now it makes more sense why your sweat had such an effect. But I do wonder if that selfsame blood still runs thick in our veins. The family tree I glanced over some years ago suggests that, but 'tis unimportant. My present purpose remains unchanged. I'll bring our Manderville weaponry to the peak of perfection, for Godbrand, and for the good of our star. Before I forget, I have a gift for you. Pray, await me at the Aetheryte Plaza and I shall bring it to you forthwith. What is it then? What are you going to give me? Some truths can shatter the foundations of our beliefs when brought to light. I have to say, this wasn't one of them. The more staggering discovery was that I have devoted readers in Sharlayan. Those who peruse my publication are allies against the ever-expanding webs of lies and deceit. Without exception, I've misjudged the Sharlayan people. They are not collaborators or the architects of conspiracy. They are but seekers of knowledge, unafraid to plumb the depths of the unknown. That Master Poo-Poo, though, that one still has ulterior motives. I'd bet my life on it. Stand ready, for we shall have need of your strength when he shows his true colours. I hope you've not been waiting long. This is the gift I mentioned. Master Poo-Poo's earnest guest inspired me to indulge in a spot of clockwork craftsmanship between weaponsmithing sessions. I thought it only fitting you be the one to care for this diminutive simulacrum. Consider it a memento of your adventures together. Cool. Okay. So I have a poo-poo minion. Oh, and as for our Manderville weaponry project, I believe my ancestor's artifact has unlocked the door to the next stage of improvements. Should you find time to offer your assistance, announce yourself to Master Geralt, and I shall endeavour to join you with the utmost celerity. Until then, my dear after. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Thavner... Oh. Is it going to turn out that there's another Mandervillian? Lord Van Udi, I come with ill tidings. Professor Lugay set an ambush for his nemesis, but was once more defeated. His current whereabouts are... unclear. He's looking very Mandervillian. That blithering dolt. He's cloning himself. No matter. Preparations are well underway. The manifestation will proceed as planned. How is he taller than his clone? Okay, he's got quite a few clones, apparently. I forgot about the running. Extraterrestrial calamity. Cosmically altered physiology. A gentleman's man, the first of their clan, and ancestor of quality, are Godbrind Manderville. Truth can be stranger than the tallest tale. Right. Well... if I get 60 more tombstones, we can do the third stage Manderville Relic. I get 15 from each Arcasadora thing. So I kind of need a hope for an S rank. Or I could jump into Bosnia and do like 2 fates. Or do one of my roulettes. Roulette would probably be quicker, wouldn't it? Does the... No. The reputation up for the Omicrons shouldn't give any poetics. Because the dailies for them don't give any poetics. You okay, girl? It's too early to feed you by about an hour. Sparking way? Hit Sparking Way with a kerosene tank. Oh! Once more, I like it. Well, I blew up a bunny and it liked it. I know I look a bit slumped over, but it's because I'm lowering my hand so that Nyx can rub herself against it as she wants and can have some pets. I don't care about your dialogue. Fashionable thingums. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There you go. There's your hand back. That's right, it's your hand, not mine. I know where I belong. You're the woman of the house. I just live here. That's right. You yell at me and I give you things. Not that different from a relationship after all. attention only on your timeline. Wanting to bite me. Yes. Yeah. I don't need to accept that. I could, but I don't need to. Let's run over to the Omicron and we can rank them up real quick. Go on, give me the really nice and easy ones again. Elysian, not Elysian, but in Elysian. And Wellspring of Regret. Okay. So 2 of them are in here. One of them's by the ear. Coffee break. Nope. Nope. There we go. Turn in one more. And there we go. Ah, recruiting the dragons. Mew Mizv status, thriving. According to recent scans, the ear also emit pleased vibrations. They aren't the only ones. Members of quite a few civilizations have been enjoying watching the Mews frolic, and customer satisfaction's risen accordingly. On that note, it is just about time for our regular rounds at the cafe. Care to join? As you can see, the Last Dregs is now patronised by entities of all ages, and we've expanded our beverage range to accommodate both the young and the very, very old accordingly. Now that the Mew Miz and the ear have settled in, the timing to introduce new patrons is optimal. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking the same. We've had such good luck with the ear, it only seems natural we invite the dragons next. They too are residents of Ultima Thule, after all. Shall this unit scan your cranial cavern for irregularities? We Omicrons are the dragon's mortal enemies. They would not willingly break bread or any other substance with us. Projections indicate they may be traumatized by the very suggestion. Are you worried about them? How endearing. Yet if Ultima Thule is to move forward, its people cannot remain mired in the conflicts of the past. It would befoul the dynamis, for one thing, and bugger up our hard work. You must learn to live in harmony. Acknowledged, but this unit will excuse itself from promotional efforts. The probability of the Dragon Star's lifeforms reacting adversely to Omicron presence in their territory exceeds acceptable parameters. Schmameters. It may be risky, but if the dragons are to believe that the Omicron have turned over a new leaf, I can think of no better ambassador. You may not be able to rewind time and unconquer the Dragon Star, but you can certainly strive to do better in the future we're creating. Dynamis makes the impossible possible. You said so yourself. Encouragement tentatively internalized. This unit will attempt to serve as an ambassador for peace. Then it's off to Riatara we go. This unit has detected an additional hurdle to fulfilling the current objective. Excuse me, can I interest you in, anything? Anything at all? Hello? Ignoring me won't make me go away. I wondered how a tuft of floss did come to clamour so, but 'tis no more than one of thy strange companions. This explaineth much. Wilt thou not leave me to my slumber? So long have I been weary. We have just the thing for that. Coffee. Delectable cuisine as well. Why not stop by the Last Dregs and see what civilization of Ultima Thule is raving about? I realise you may have complicated feelings about the Omicron friend here, but we would nevertheless offer you a place to eat, drink, and be merry. Art thou attempting to provoke me? Though I suppose it matters not. Neither grief nor hate stir within me, for my flame hath long since flickered and died. The news that you did not wish to inflict vengeful obliteration upon the Alphatron star should be welcome. However, this unit finds it unexpectedly difficult to process. Are you certain you did not desire revenge? Not even a micron? It may be advisable to gnaw on this unit in the name of experimentation, lest your conclusion be premature. To what end? The destruction of a single machine changeth naught, meaneth naught. Aye, we dragons once revelled as thou wouldst have me do. In the mountain's shadow did we gather to sing. Yet even our melodies are naught but memory now. If I no longer weep for the silence, machine, why dost thou believe I have aught to spare for thee? Conversational difficulty levels critical. This unit requests permission to retreat. Not so fast. The Corellians' apocalyptic aggression didn't stop us, and neither will this dragon's depression. All our patrons have needed a little help in learning to hope again. It's just a matter of discerning what they value and how to provide it. Hold on. There's someone at my door. Be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. I decided to take the opportunity to also go to the toilet. Oop. But that is some ping pong balls delivered for Nyx to play with, if she wants to. Given that so far the only thing she's shown any interest in playing with is a cable tie. And I suppose the laser pointer. Fortunately, we have the great After at our side. I've heard tell that you have no little experience treating with dragons. And though the dragons here may not recall their passions, if the dragon song was any indication, their brethren on Etheirys possessed no such problem. Surely there is at least one dragon of your acquaintance with whom we can consult. Vidofnir is wise and has been kind to me. Reach will explain in terms we can understand. Reacher is probably best. Aye. Reacher? Satrap of Razat Han? Oh no, I wouldn't dream of calling him away from his work for this. Vidofnir it is then. As a leader of her people and an arbiter of peace, she must have some advice about disagreeable dragons. And she doesn't sound like the sort to let her elders on the Dragonstar wallow for eternity. Aetheris's historical records are not registered to this unit's database, but the proposed caution sounds logical as described. It is statistically improbable that it will not welcome assistance from a former enemy, but this unit believes that we must restore hope to Dragonkind. Then it's decided. Do we need to pack chassis wax or anything? This unit must remain in Ultima Thule to ensure the smooth operation of the last dregs while allied life forms are away. However, a portable communications drone can be dispatched for the journey. How convenient. Let us make for Annex Trine post-haste. Interesting that they can leave Ultima Thule at all, though. Oh. Ah. S rank. The one that we need in order to get the third level. Manderville Relic finish. Probably should have fed Nyx whilst I was up as well. Oh well, I'm sure she won't complain about it. I did add the Landwoofer, or whatever it is. No, that was the right thing. To this, didn't I? No, I didn't. That explains some stuff. There we go. Fixed it. Definitely feels like there's more people here than there was for the A Realm Reborn one. I suppose there's achievements and stuff linked to doing the later expansion ones, isn't there? I don't like that I was hearing some moans. Murder! There we go. We now have enough to do the Manderville Stage 3 relic. Let's finish up the reputation up. Hey, Vinoknir, been a while. Dost thou ever rest, little one? Thou hast brought salvation to the star, yet thy countenance bespeaks submission. The will of the star hath blessed thee with charming companions. Yet to think I should meet one of the machines that drove my grandsire from the Dragon Star. 'Tis like unto a bedtime fable. Fear not, for I shall not rebuke thee. Thou wouldst not be the first to call an old foe friend. 'Tis the fate of the dragons that concerneth me. To condemn them to an empty existence forevermore would be cruel indeed. This unit does not expect to find you so pleasant. Alive? It is difficult to locate the proper lexical data. Jammingway shared much data about the dragons of Aetheris during the journey, but this unit struggles to process that those who embrace an ageless existence upon this star are of the same species as the life forms we encountered in Ultima Thule. Your dragons too faced countless battles and great suffering, yet they emerged whole. This unit wonders how much can be attributed to faith in their allied units, and how much to the resilience of their hope, or if these two variables are one and the same. Which brings us back to our purpose here. Is there anything we can say to the dragons of Ultima Thule that might open their hearts to embrace hope once more? My sire, Hraesvelgr, oft spoke of Midgarsummer's tales of the Dragon Star, for from these memories was our Somal born. It is mine understanding that the Dragon Star possessed a sacred peak resplendent, and 'twas my grandsire's longing for its heights that drew him to nest upon Aetheris. Mine ancestors doubtless felt its loss as keen, yet their despair hath given way to exhaustion. The memory 'tis but a dull ache in their hearts. Restore to their memory untainted by bitterness, and they may yet be inspired as my grandsire once was. Words, however, shall not suffice. If not words, what about taste? We've managed to evoke joyful recollections via soup before. Surely we can do the same for the dragons. Previous customer data supports this hypothesis. However, dragons do not possess a culinary tradition as such. As with the Grebuloffs, we must think outside standard parameters. Oh, I believe I have precisely what we need. Among the recipes provided to us by our Sharlayan collaborators is one from Ishgard, a dessert resembling Somal. If that's not outside standard parameters, I don't know what is. A curious proposal, but thou art welcome to attempt it. Southwest of Annex Trine lies lustrous minerals, their sheen not unlike those of the Dragonstar's peaks. Collect them with my blessing. Sounds like we shall be gazing upon a resplendent and edible peak in no time. This unit requests you return to the last dregs before initiating baking protocols. The utility of this drone's tiny digits is limited. Thanks, Vidofnir. Bye, Vidofnir. See you in another 3 expansions? Probably not. Wait, where am I going? Quartz? Yeah, the quartz, okay. Is this not... This isn't where I need to go. I need to go to Dragon Village, don't I? No, to the last dregs. Okay. Drone battery low. This unit has returned it to the charging station despite jamming Way's protests. Ingredients consistent with Dragonstar environmental records. Please initiate baking protocols. Consider them initiated. Dessert is go! Remember, machine, 'tis only at the purported request of my kin across the expanse that I humour thee. Do not try my patience over long. We wouldn't dream of it. Now, if you'll come this way... Thy tiny hands wrought this for my sake. Yes, After's less tiny hands and N7000's spinny whatsits also helped. We worked hard to make it as much like the holy peak of the Dragonstar as possible. Do you like it? That's not saying he doesn't. 'Tis difficult to say. My palate recalleth not what flavours once appealed. Visually, however, I see it. The peaks dividing the Dragon Star in twain, bright clouds to shroud them. I feel the wind upon my scales, and I remember. A passing strange place, this. Yet for the newfound bond with my distant kin, and these memories gifted unto me, I am grateful. The gesture hath touched me, of that be certain. It's all right to miss home. Everyone does sometimes. Indeed, how beautiful it was, our Dragon Star. How joyful its winds did brace our wings. I should like my kin to remember those days. No longer to mourn them, but dream of them once more. This unit is pleased to hear of your spiritual revival. However, it would be remiss of this unit not to remind you that our establishment employs a large Omicron staff. Your kin would be most welcome to join you, but would this be intolerant to them? Metal warrior, thou art not the same as thou once were. No more are we. I know not what to make of this future, but I would linger no longer in the past. That is why you created this place, is it not? Logic circuits complete. Threat level nominal. Business status booming. However, this unit is experiencing an anomalous overflow. Conditions mathematically insufficient to generate current levels of mission satisfaction. Further analysis required. Initializing additional processors. Are you sure you aren't just happy? You know, like a squishy-wishy organic life form. An illogical life form such as yourself could not begin to understand this unit's internal workings. Terminating interaction. Goodbye. Don't you dare go into sleep mode, coward! We can't let N7000's emotional dysfunction detract from our success. To Elysian! We'll drag it there if we must. Okay, so we've now got dragons as well. Sweet. What's going to be the next rank up then? Because I'm one behind on the Omicron. Please refrain from vibrating your vocal organs. This unit will continue processing anomalous satisfaction levels once Elysian status has been verified. Okay, so we now have like a Soam Ali Dragon Star bit. Makes sense. I do hope that winds bless yonder peak. Just a baby. Inspiration has touched the dragon's hearts and given form to a nostalgic vista from the Dragon Star. Yet still there is room for Elysian to grow and change. What other hopes will the power of Dynamis bring to life? Well, there isn't any other race other than the Omicron themselves. What a majestic sight that was, and so pointy. Harmony between dragons and Omicron defies any and all previous projections. A rousing success, then. Given historical events, it should not be possible per the laws of the universe. Only in Ultima Thule could such a thing occur. In that case, I'd better not hear you question our potential ever again. This is definitive proof that we can do anything if we put our minds to it, no matter what your projections say. I was created by someone too, you know? I don't believe that being artificial makes our experiences any less worthwhile. We're here, and we're making a difference. Have a little faith. That's what living's all about. This unit did not realize that you were plagued by similar existential doubts, though it does explain your desire to pry into psyches you do not understand. Nevertheless, this unit will produce noises of generalized validation. Yeah. Well, good. We've created a miracle here today, as well as new bonds between dragonkind that span time and space. I propose we bask in that glory for a while. We're now honored, and they sell more shit. What shit do you sell? Oh, food. I can have the dragon food. Paladin. Hey, Geralt. Why so sad? Oh, it's you. I suppose that bespectacled fop did mention he'd make some kind of breakthrough. Needed to round up the usual suspects. I shall inform his lordship of your arrival. Why is Geralt so listless? After, welcome, welcome. I do hope you're prepared for another spot of modest labour, for I've plucked a new weaponsmithing secret from the depths of my family's extraordinary heirloom. As for why Godbrand abandoned his cipher journals, 'twould seem he desired the greater security afforded by the relic's recording apparatus. That he so feared this knowledge falling into wicked hands bespeaks the destructive potential of what we seek to recreate. Speaking of which, this stage of augmentation will require a fundamental alteration to the weaponry's design. Godbrand understood that individual wielders have different needs and preferences, and thus conceived of a method to modify each armament's base qualities. Stat allocation. Essential to the process is a new type of oil known as Manderville. By subtly adjusting the precise ratio of ingredients for this coating, we can influence the paths of ethereal conductivity as we see fit. Ugh, more bloody oil. The oil's chief ingredient is, once again, derived from a meteorite, specifically a chondrite with amplifying properties. So many out-of-this-world materials, but 'tis unsurprising now that we know the alien origin of Godbrand's weaponsmithing techniques. Eh? Alien origin, you say? Little wonder I weren't familiar with him. As has become customary, I shall prepare the bulk of the necessary resources, while you procure our supply of a chondrite. Oh aye, and a lovely bloody custom that is. Man of your means, I reckon you could buy a mountain of them space rocks as well. And I would gladly do so, except the merchant in question will accept naught less than a specific type of tombstone in trade. As much as it pains me to impose upon After Further, she is the best equipped to handle that onerous task. These improvements call for a drastic reforging, and it is your expertise that shall see us succeed or fail as well, Master Geralt. Fine, fine, I'll shut my gob and do as I'm told. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm getting the distinct impression you've lost interest in this project. You bloody think! Look, I took this job to pay off my drinking debts. Now that I've managed that, I've got no desire to keep working for an underdressed, overprimped, pretentious arse. I see. Admittedly, even from the beginning, your distaste for me was rather poorly concealed, and I fear such festering antagonism will adversely affect our smithing endeavours. Yes, let us resolve our differences over a flagon of fine spirits, or several as circumstances dictate, all at my expense, of course. Free liquor, is it? Then you'd best be bringing your biggest purse. After, you must join us. If you'd be so kind as to secure a table at the Mehene, I shall be along in short order. I don't know if it's Mehene or Mehane. The cactar threw me for a loop for a second. I think this is the first time we've been back here since the final days has been watered. Oh, a splendid night for spirituous beverages. Can a Manderville man get drunk? You sure about this then, are you? I've a mighty thirst, and it will not be slaked by the cheap stuff. What are you after? Will you be following Master Geralt's fine example? Bring on the high-class brews. I might have one or two. No liquor for me, thanks. Bring on the high-class brews. Very well. Then I shall order us all the same to start. Your beverages, Lord Godbert. Enjoy. To your health, my friends. Right, no point beating around the bush. I've hated your guts for a good long while now. Huh, so even my insides offend you. And why might that be? Cause, for a proper artisan, devotion to your craft ought to be your #1 priority. But you're off founding a consortium or building some fool's playground for fleecing the masses. You're a bloody merchant, that's what you are. You believe my devotion is insufficient then? Yet our works require not only the sweat of our brow, but capital to cover expenses, no? Thus, does not a steady revenue facilitate the creative process? In that respect, my business ventures have allowed me to indulge in goldsmithing projects I could never have otherwise afforded. Is it not true that you craft kettles as a means to repay loans or simply make ends meet? Would not a substantial source of wealth spare you such tedious drudgery and empower you to pursue your heart's desire? Booze. We're gonna need more booze over here. Is that a meat and triangular cheese kebab? That sounds pretty good right now, actually. What really soured me was when you sat your ass on the syndicate. How can you craft aught worthwhile with your head buried in political shite? You may be surprised. My participation in Ildar's governance opened my eyes to a different world, which in turn provided great inspiration for several original pieces. Well, you can keep your bleeding inspiration. I want nothing to do with prissy rulemakers of you ilk. Jesus Christ. You and your bloody reasonable arguments. Rich sods ain't got a clue what it's like for poor buggers like me. And what have you got against wearing clothes any road? We are more alike than you realise, Master Geralt, especially when it comes to the simplicity of our attire. Ah, it's so clear now. You're the master craftsman. I'm a sodden failure. A failure! Uh-oh. Rowena, how'd you... Oh, bugger it. I'm a sorry excuse for a smitty, and that's all that matters. He seems to be mistaking you for someone else. Perhaps you could offer him a kind word. Geralt, you're a snivelling disgrace to your profession. Your craftsmanship's flawless. I mean, it's never been his craftsmanship that's been in question. That means a lot coming from you. Thanks. Right, I'm done weeping into me cups. I'll fix up them weapons, and to hell's with the money. I'll do it for me own damn sense of pride. Maybe take the money. Historically, you've needed it. Twould seem Master Geralt has overcome his aversion to our partnership. Splendid! Though I never would have guessed carrot juice could be so intoxicating. Eh? Ah, I was concerned for our good smith's health, you see, and had Mihail switch his spirits to something less potent several rounds ago. The Mayonnaise liquors are sublime, but too much can wreak havoc on a man's constitution. There was a time when I too devoted every waking moment to my craft. But alas, running a mercantile empire comes with its own responsibilities. Monetary woes notwithstanding, I do envy Master Geralt his purity of purpose. And on that note, let us return to our appointed acquisitions. We shall require 3 chunks of the aforementioned achondrite as soon as you're able. Chunks of ample blah 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 blah. Yes. Oops. I fucked it. It's a minor fuck up, it's fine. Ah, the heat of the furnace has me all sobered up. Let's have them special rocks then. Aye, I reckon that's enough, but there's one other thing that's been bothering me. Was Rowena there at the Mayhene? Don't rightly remember. Ah, forget it. Let's get his lordship over here before I lose my will to forge. Now for the finishing touch, the Maxala Manderville oil. Before we can finalise the mixture, however, you must tell us how you wish your weaponry to serve you in battle. The ratio of the coating's ingredients will greatly influence the armament's various qualities, so think carefully ere you give your answer. Understood. Your wish is our command. I didn't have to do stat distribution for the shield. Ooh. Okay. And 'tis done. You're holding the result of undying devotion to crafting excellence. A majestic Manderville sword and a majestic Manderville shield. I wish I could change the glow effect, but other than that, I like it. Had you not so bravely confessed your grievances that evening, I dare say this degree of collaborative work would have remained unattainable. Aye, well, my memories are might fuzzy on that score, but I'll take my victories where I can get them. As always, should you wish to enhance other Manderville weapons in your possession, you need only say the word. My diligent retainer is at your service, prepared to climax over any piece of metal. Lord Godbert, though it shames me to admit it, the expertise necessary to manufacture the Maxala Manderville oil is beyond my limited alchemical knowledge. Don't look at me. If I could mix magic potions, I'd have grown my hair back long ago. Oh, I am aware it would prove an insurmountable feat for you as well, which is why I've employed a master alchemist. Please be Jalzan. Please be Jalzan. Oh. Huh. Bloody odd taste in clothes, but at least he's wearing some. Our newest addition to the House Manderville retinue will assist with further augmentations and oversee the preparation of the oil. He will also be available to readjust your weapon's properties should you but bring him the required quantity of achondrite. This has been a monumental step forward, my friends, yet one stage remains ere the Manderville weaponry's evolution can be considered complete. I knew you was leading up to that. Let me guess. We're to sit here in breathless, bleeding anticipation while you sort out what comes next. Precisely. Preparing the process is like to be a lengthy endeavour, so I do suggest you continue breathing. The final step is upon us. Pray, indulge this ambition of mine one last time. So I have one last set of Hildy quests, and once that's done, we can accept the last of the thingies. Yeah, if I could change the glow so that that was red, I would fucking love this. Like, legitimately, if that glow was red instead of blue, I'd love it. Right. Flying through these relics. It's not exactly hard for Endwalker. When I already had what I needed before we even started the stream today. Okay. After. Just in time to assist with my latest fact-finding expedition. Our recent foray into Charlian revealed that Poopoo's friend was in the company of a Hannish alchemist, yes? As such, I was inspired to do some preliminary legwork here in Thabnet. I contacted my usual sources for local sightings of alien phenomena, but alas, they had none to share. I've thus switched tactics and decided to track down this alchemist fellow instead. Surely someone will have heard the tale of an apothecary bold enough to set up shop on a Nagalian battlefield. The inspector and the others have been pursuing a similar line of inquiry, yet have found no leads here in the city or at the Great Work. I believe they've moved their investigation to Yedlamad, so I suggest we hurry over and join them. I cannot have that little blue man muddying the waters when we're so close to grasping his master plan. Yedlamad it is, then. Are we going to have some kind of trial involving Greg? Is it going to turn out that the alchemist is actually Greg? I see the two of you are eager as ever to observe my inspectorial genius at work. Ah, the long-term fans are often the most ardent. As a matter of fact, we were just about to continue our investigation into the alchemist we know to have been travelling with Master Poopoo's comrade. I mean, that is to say, I'm merely following in the inspector's wake. You needn't be so modest, my dear Inspector Branderhild. 'Tis wrong of me to comport myself as an equal to you in all respect, or in any respect, for I am but a copy, a flawed one at that. Stuff and nonsense! Clone or not, self-deprecation is unbecoming in a Manderville man. Exactly, the things you can do are amazing! I don't know about that. 'Twas you who saved After from certain doom, was it not? Well, not quite as alacritous as mine. Your rapid reasoning is nevertheless quite effective. 'Tis kind of you to accept me, rough edges and all. I only hope my meagre contributions are of some small assistance. Too modest by half. I'd say his mental faculties far surpass those of the original. That's enough chin-wagging amongst ourselves. Let us spread out and learn what the locals know of this adventurous apothecary. start with this one. Yeah, I know the one whom you speak. A fellow fisherman told me of a friend of his, an apothecary, who set off for war-torn Garlemald to sell his medicines. Reckless fool, if you ask me. I've no interest in the affairs of such men. You do, I take it? If so, I suggest you head to Usakayik and hear the tale for yourself. Look for a red-haired lad there gathering shellfish. Do I know any apothecaries? In Razet-Han? Of course. More than I can count. I've not heard tell of anyone peddling such goods in the heart of the Empire, though. Seems like a terrible idea to me, what with civil war raging and the world almost ending. I know of many merchants who travel aboard to ply their wares, but none who have business in Garlemald. You'd have to be mad or desperate indeed to consider setting up shop in that troubled land. Hello. Ah, Arthur. I hope your questioning has borne fresher fruit than mine. This was not intentional. Oh, a good friend of the alchemist in question, you say? Then let us gather the troops and pay a visit to this felicitous fisherman. Story of my apothecary friend. Oh, you must mean Baharasef. Well, I was near enough to calling it a day anyway, so here's what I can tell you. Baharasef comes from a very poor family and, growing up, never had much in the way of money or possessions. I suppose those experiences are what led to his lifelong obsession with gaining wealth. After trying his hand at a succession of trades, he decided alchemy would earn him the most gil. But his stock never sold as well as he hoped. So when he heard about the internal strife in Garlemald, he saw it as a golden opportunity. Surely the middle of a war was the best place to sell medicine. More like the best place for near-death experiences. He soon gave up on his Garlemald venture, but while one would have expected him to return lamenting his ill fortune, Baharasef was practically euphoric when I saw him again. A God's given blessing he'd found in the snowfields had given him much cause to celebrate. He said he'd learned how to create gold. I must admit, I laughed at first. But then he showed me a gleaming mountain of the stuff, enough to proclaim himself a merchant priest. Prince. He even changed his name to Vanudi, a word which brings to mind the bounty of the divine. A name I've heard. He's a rising star in the markets, is he not? The one snapping up commercial ventures left and right. Yes, Vanudi has certainly made his ambitions known here in Thavnair, especially when he attempted to purchase the entire port of Yedlamad. The dockmasters declined to sell, of course. When it comes to buying historic landmarks, a bottomless purse can open surprising doors. Last I heard, he'd converted the Gilded Araya into a private abode, and has been filling it with every rare treasure his gold can secure. He pays out particularly large sums for artworks depicting the goddess Asura. I remember him being a fervent worshipper of hers, even as a child. I've encountered such minutiae in Murga lore in Razet-Han. I recall no mention of this Asura. Well, that's hardly surprising. As a deity of war, she's not well loved by the common folk. Baharasef is different, though. He sees life as a constant battle to amass wealth, and it is to Asura whom he prays for victory. And damn me if she didn't listen. That once poor boy became merchant royalty, a man far too rich and important now to afford more than a fleeting moment for a simple fisherman. even those who were once dear friends. If you'll excuse me, I really must leave it at that. These clams won't sell themselves, you know. How about that, eh? Our sought-after apothecary and the upstart merchant prince were one and the same. Might we assume the blessing he stumbled upon in Garlemald was a certain alien craft and its occupant? Sorry to intrude, but aren't you the hero who helped us when folk were turning into beasts? Well, some nasty-looking creature just showed up outside town. One of our guard went to confront it, but I don't like our odds against that thing. This sounds like a case for Inspector Hildibrand. Come, friends, let us investigate forthwith. So thinking about Asura brings to mind the game Asura's Wrath. There may be a lot of QuickTime events in... Oh, hello. That looks like a shiny new head. I thought you destroyed that monster. I have the situation under control, citizens. This individual bears a strong resemblance to a known fugitive, so I thought it prudent to investigate. Regrettably, he has proven less than forthcoming with answers. How many times must we teach you the same lesson, shiny skull man? Lesson? What are you on about? Cease this babbling and get out of my way. Lord Venudi's orders are to cause trouble at the port, and I'm running behind schedule. Venudi? The merchant who tried to buy Yedlamad. So he put you up to this. Curses! How did you manage to deduce our dastardly plan? You blurted it out. Silence! No one who learns of our scheme can be suffered to live. Prepare to be squashed, meddlesome worms. Oh, God. What? 3 more sinister skullmen. Was the doctor a quadruplet? Mummy! Yeah, that's right. Mother? Vexatious vermin! This'll soften you up. And suddenly he's Bowser. Oh God. Are we worthy? We're worthy! Whoever shall lift this frying pan shall possess the powers of Julianne. Ah, a lucky hit. Batter up! Oop, we whiffed. Oh God. Nashu? Yeah. One last pitch. You know what? It's making a lot more sense why the previous PvP glam was baseball related now. I mean, the Japanese do love baseball. Wait, so we've now had volleyball, baseball, And basketball. Unlimited heavy hitter special. Yeah, I know. You actually are begging at the right time now. But that was my fastball! Yeah, you are due to be fed. I've come to expect father's sudden appearances. What brings you here, mother? A proposition from that merchant Venudi, as a matter of fact. I'm accompanying your dad as a manager for Manderville and Manderville. We were just on our way to the bloke's mansion. I've already refused Master Venudi once before when he tried to buy out our commercial empire. This time, however, the deal concerns offloading a quantity of gold at wholesale prices. It is quite an attractive offer considering fine jewellery is our stock in trade, and we thought to at least listen to his proposal. But if he would purposely command his lackeys to disturb the peace of a public port... We can't do business with a thug like that. Absolutely not. About time to make enchiladas. Ooh. Sounds good. I should probably make my polenta, roasted onion, and crispy pancetta tonight. Where did all those lackeys come from in the first place? Is there a hulking weaponized brute manufactory around here somewhere? Is that Poo-Poo's or the other one? As I suspected, my ship's vaporization beam is configured to expunge only replicated matter. So you can copy inorganic materials as well. How interesting. Once the matter duplication facility has analyzed an object's molecular structure, it can generate any number of copies. Yet it cannot create matter from nothing. A requisite supply of ether must be on hand to facilitate the process. Core, you sure do know about a lot, Inspector Branderhild. Even alien starships. Well, it is no great achievement. As I've mentioned, the gaps in my knowledge were patched with data from the starship's own archives, which included the vessel's full schematics and functions. Assuming I understand this correctly, is it possible Venudi's using the repaired alien craft to replicate piles and piles of gold? We share the same suspicion, Master Delian. To my knowledge, no other method exists that can reliably produce precious metals. Of course, 'tis the obvious conclusion. That being the case, one might further assume that Venudi is either threatening or deceiving Master Poo-Poo's comrade in order to gain access to the vessel's superior technology. Our course of action is clear. We march right up to this gold spawner's front door and demand the release of his extraterrestrial hostage. Poo-Poo's been remarkably quiet. We must confront this malicious merchant at once. If your heart's set on confrontation, then you may as well come with us. Venudi's invitation included a private airship flight to his new estate. Aye, we still need to formally reject his deal anyway, and his pilot will be waiting. Where's the lot? There he is. Hey, buddy. Hi. Okay, bear with me a moment. I'm going to leave you staring at Poo-Poo, arse, and creepy Lalas whilst I go and feed my beastie. Because otherwise, it's going to be a problem for me. Should only take a minute. Come on then, beastie.
Okay.
Beastie has been fed. Or at least has had wet food put out for her to decide when she wants it. Have you enjoyed staring at Poo Poo's ass? I bet you have. Filthy degenerates. There are better asses out there. Fair point. Gentleman at heart. I believe this is the last Hildy quest of Endwalker. Shall we be on our way? We're to meet Venudi's pilot atop the rise just south of Kajaya's footsteps. Hello. Lord Godber, Lady Julianne. And entourage? Pray excuse our presumptuousness. My son and his companions insisted they come along, desperate as they were to meet with the illustrious Master Venudi. I see. One moment, if you please. Lord Venudi would be glad to welcome you all to his home. Pray, step aboard and I shall take you there directly. What the... That looks an awful lot like the towers. Welcome, honoured guests, to my humble abode. I trust the view is to your liking. Since you travelled all the way from distant Uldar, a pleasant backdrop to our talks was the least I could provide. And what an unexpected boon this is! I had been debating when to extend you a personal invitation, but now here you are, like a wish come true. Save your act for the magistrates, Venudi. We know the secret of your ill-gotten gold. You will cease this exploitation of alien technology and release your hostage into the care of Master Poo Poo at once. Unravelled all my schemes, have you? Good. I needn't waste my breath on tedious explanations, then. This is Master Poo Poo, I presume. I do have this fellow alien here with me, yes. As for exploiting their technology, I freely admit to duplicating a quite frankly obscene amount of gold. But that was merely the beginning. Imagine making copy after copy of the deadliest weapons in existence. Would not the world itself be yours for the taking? Let's get straight to the point. I want you at my side, with the vaunted Warrior of Light as the template for my clone army. We could conquer this and every other land in creation. That's not a bad idea, actually. I refuse, categorically and emphatically. A pity, yet I anticipated you'd prove an impediment to my ascension. Yes, it seems the time has come to test Lugay's ritual of manifestation. All was prepared long in advance of your coming. This tower holds not only mundane treasures, but also caches of crystals. As for the requisite congregation of worshippers, well, I had but to clone myself. After all, who is more devoted to my cause and my goddess than me? So, I'm gonna have to fight a primal Asura. Who saw that coming? Divine Asura, take up thy blades and wage war upon mine earthly rival. Nay, Hildibrand. Against a primal, we may be more hindrance than help. We dare not remain within its sphere of influence. Best of luck, my friend. I must make a gentlemanly withdrawal. I'm imagining it looks similar to Gilgamesh. It'll have multiple arms. Oh, no! Is that a unique rig? We got to do this fight at FanFest in London back in 2023, and it was so fun, but so much chaos. Yeah. Let's see then. Had limited time to sort your party roles, paths, and keybinds out. Yeah. Less than 5 minutes. Ah, we can wait. I like the music. That's a point for a way that I can get some... Yeah. I can get some poetics that way. I forget how many you get from doing it, but it'll be some. Is there a reason you just came galloping into the room? No. Okay. That's a fine fuck you as well. There isn't a great deal I can do whilst queuing. I notice I have 2 DPS. And that is all. I don't think there'll be anything to... I've already done everything on the Island Sanctuary for today. I believe. I can double check. Never mind, I can't. That's the secret. You plan to do something. You plan to do something else, and then as soon as you're ready for it, boop. I have a feeling we've got quite a few black mages. Yep. 3 black mages and a red mage.
I am Asura, and on battle I thrive. Have you the courage and strength to face me? Will you dodge? Or will you bleed?
That's a new one.
The frail shall fall.
I always forget what this does. Okay. I stood in the bad. I don't even know how I stood in the bad. I stood in
before the might of the minutiae.
Ah.
Come forth, embodiment of carnage. Revel on the bloody field of war. The spirit of battle awakens. Sharp is the lesson. The weak shall perish. Hear the gleaming edge.
Is there an extreme version of this? I doubt there is, because... Shit. Because it's Hildibrand.
Light shine upon you.
I'm probably gonna die again. Oh, fuck.
Behold the sixfold blade.
Okay, just like Trinity. What? What? I feel like I wasn't in some of them.
Fury be my strength.
Okay, is that opposites or?
I will
Oh, okay,
scatter
that's
your
what it is.
bones. Show me your steel. of battle awakens. Unmerciful light shine upon you. Show me your steel. Hear the gleaming edge.
Oh shit.
Sharp is the lesson. Behold the six-fold blade. The face of battle is ever-changing. Joyful is your downfall. I will scatter your bones. Will you dodge or will you bleed?
Meteor. Bakum. That was a good fight. I fucked it up a lot, but that was a good fight. I wonder who I'll choose. Good show after. 'Twould seem you thoroughly trounced that pesky primal. And even as we speak, Mother and Father should be informing the Radiant host of that despicable Venudi's wrongdoings. The Divine Asura defeated! Turn the wheel! We flee for now. Who's flying the starship without my permission? That treasure is mine and mine alone. You called your vessel, Master Poo-Poo? No, I did not. It is my friendship. Nice. Once you have a moment to really understand the mechanics, it's way simpler and easier to do than it looks like at first, but it's still a really fun one. Yeah, like the chaining between her and the bigger version is, when you actually think about it, it's not that complicated, but I just kept fucking it up. I liked the concentric rings, though. That was nice. That's the first time I've seen that one. At least, you know, them being that small. At last, the moment of sweet reunion is at hand. I'm so relieved to see you safe. Likewise, my friend. But why did you open fire on the airship? Didn't that man help you after your crash? He did, at first. He pulled me from the wreckage and saw to it that my vessel was repaired. So in return, I replicated whatever trinket he desired and taught him the basics of starship technology. But that resolved to be a terrible error in judgment. When I was infected by one of this star's unique pathogens, he took advantage of my weakened state. He seized my ship, flew me out to the jungle, and there left me to die. Slowly, agonizingly, I was able to synthesize a cure for my affliction, and then I came back to reclaim my property. This experience has led me to conclude that the dominant sentient lifeforms here are dull-witted, cruel, and entirely unsuited to peaceful cohabitation. We must launch a full-scale invasion. It is the only way to guarantee our survival. No, they are not all like that. These ones have been nothing but kind to me. Oh yes, they're all smiles until they laser you in the back. We have to strike first before they show their true colors. Oh no. Branderhild. No, never mind. The ship's reactor core has been breached. If it explodes, everyone in the vicinity will be atomized. And we're all in the vicinity! Oh no! Think, damn it, think! If I'm to stop the explosion, I need to traverse the considerable distance to this starship, but I can conceive of no logical solution. Then you need an illogical solution. Oh god. Oh dear. Inspector Branderhild, you must employ my father's mighty moves to propel me to the vessel. I too have calculated Lord Godbert's signature techniques are our only means of achieving sufficient propulsion, yet there is a flaw in your proposal. I lack the strength to properly perform the throw, and have no time to teach you the starship's controls. Inspector Hildibrand, it is you who must fling me. Skyward, as only a Manderville can! You fucking idiot. I lost my grip. Aerodynamics? Given my trajectory and velocity, the correct shift in posture should generate enough lift and processional motion to... Yes, I can still make it! Is he gonna curve himself like a boomer? Yeah. just like the rocket from before. It is too late. The reactor's going critical. There's only one way to save the day. Big button. Inspector Branderhild! Our brief time together was more than any defective clone could ask for. Be well, my friends! Well, suppose he won't be coming back. Is this case closed for Inspector Branderhild? Nay, my loyal assistant. As a chip off the old gentleman, our dear Branderhild has surely survived to tell the tale. We shall see him again, mark my words. You rescued me, even though I tried to incinerate you with high-intensity plasma blasts. Even at the cost of one of your own. If only I could make amends and earn your forgiveness, but alas. There's naught to forgive. With his blocky constitution, Inspector Branderhild will be just fine, I assure you. As a friend of Master Poo-Poo, you are a friend of ours. And what are a few minor plasma burns among friends, eh? Our home planet, it was lost to the phenomenon you call the final days. We survived only because we were away exploring the cosmos at the time. Our explorations, which had heretofore served no purpose but curiosity, shifted to search for safe haven. We visited countless stars, but all had succumbed to the same insidious ruin as our own. Growing desperate, we decided to settle on any suitable refuge we could find, whether it was populated or not. If the native beings were hospitable, we would live peacefully amongst them. If not, we were prepared to claim a new home by force. So it was that I arrived at your miraculous planet, lulled by the apparent absence of metaphysical chaos. I blundered into a mundane war zone where I was promptly shot out the sky. The rest you already know. Having fallen behind during our search, I hurried here when my communications received no answer. That was when I met you, Inspector Hildibrand. Those touched by the despair of the final days are reduced to beasts. Given our savage willingness to invade your star, it would seem that in a sense we fell prey to that despair after all. Fortunately, my encounter with you generous people brought me to my senses, an outcome for which I am profoundly grateful. That said, there's nowhere else for us to go. Would it be too much to ask for us to live here, on your star? Well, of course you must stay. And I suspect you'd be wishing to repair your damaged vessel. Uh-oh. Mummy! Oh, Inspector, not again! Wait for me! Oh, never a dull moment around our Hildibrand. At least we needn't worry if the ship crashes, not with an impervious Mandervillian on board. You see, Hildibrand was adopted. Funny you should mention that. Upon reviewing the Manderville family tree, it was made clear a lord without heirs of his own passed the name to an adopted child several generations ago. Are you saying that you and your son are not direct descendants of Godbrand, the alien progenitor of the Manderville line? Then how do you explain your unnatural sturdiness? When it comes to building strength and perfecting gentlemanly technique, it is not one's lineage which matters, but rather the unbending conviction within one's heart. Though Godbrand's bloodline be broken, House Manderville shall live on through us. If the begoggled boy can't swallow that explanation, I've also heard talk of some unseen power driven by feelings and emotions. Could be you and Hildy have tapped into that cosmic essence. Oh, if that's the case, then you must be positively swimming in it, my dear. Every thing appears to be under control here, so let us return to the city, shall we? Once more do I find myself hurtling at superlative speed toward an unknown destination. Another day, another thrilling case for Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. And that's how he ends up in Dawntrail, where we get the second installment of his Dawntrail quests tomorrow, I believe. Thanks to an enlightening conversation with Master Poo-Poo on the way back, I believe I have the answers required to proceed with our weaponsmithing project. I trust the endeavour yet holds your interest. Pray inform Master Geralt of your willingness to assist, and my hammer and I shall make all haste to the High Crucible. And with that, I bid you good day. Thank you all for looking out for our beloved son. I'm sure he and the blocky lad will be back for more cases before you know it. You've gone above and beyond for us, so I'd like you to have the replicated starship we made. It doesn't have the duplication facility or other such technology on board, but it will carry you through the skies. Use this key to call it whenever you wish. Thanks. As for the two of us, we've decided to get to know our new home better by embarking on a journey of exploration. And so this is where we must say our farewells. Thank you for everything. We're fortunate indeed to have met you. It seems Poo-Poo wasn't planning an invasion after all. He even tried to stop his friend from launching an attack. I'm calling an end to this investigation. Your unfailing support during this entire ordeal has been most appreciated. Thanks to you, I was able to observe the inner workings of Sharlayan, and even travelled to the surface of the moon in the search of the truth. And when my own conspiracies threatened to blind me, you were there to open my eyes to the true shape of things. But this world yet harbours its shares of the strange and the inexplicable, not the least of which is the source of Hildibrand's impossible physiology. If not an alien, then... mayhap he's the product of a hyper-advanced civilization from the distant past, the descendant of some gruesome biological experiment. Someone needs to plumb the depths of these unexplained phenomena, and I am the very man for the job. See ya. Alien blood never flowed in their veins. Their source of strength, an enigma, remains. A dynamic folk, their clothing bespoke. A gentlemanly family, the good house Manderville. A true inspector is born from the heart. La la lee la 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 dee 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 ah. Tra la 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 tra la dee dee da. Shala li da la li da la. Hildibrand will return? Oh. Our little Lalafelian comrade. He's training himself to be like Hildy. Sorry, isn't this basically the start of Dragon Ball Z? Or Superman? Is that Krillin? Wait, I recognize those legs. But are they blocky? Ah! Brandehild! Ho, my good fellow. Sweet. Well, I now need to get 1,400 more Tombstones of Poetics in order to finish our first Manderville Relic. And there are some ways I can get some of that. One of which is the S rank that's up in the Raktika Greatwood on Ragnarok. For now. Looks like someone's already aggroed it. If I'm lucky, it'll spawn the SS round. No. Okay. Yeah, I can travel there. Either way, it's a free teleport. Well, I could do the MSQ roulette, which is going to give me at least 450. Wait, I don't want to do it as this class. I could do it as a healer. Because I still need to level my healers. But yeah, the goal is now to finish the Manderville Relic for Paladin. Just that then I've done everything Mandervillian. Castrum. Okay. And one or more party members. Nice. Yes. Give me the extra tombstones. Oops. Been a hot second since I played Sage. Some of my buttons for Sage aren't in the same places as they'd be for other healers. Just to keep things spicy. Ooh. I think Castrum is probably my favorite result from the MSQ roulette. Because there's less downtime, considerably, than in Praetorian. And it's a bit more interesting than Porta Decumana. Because Ultima Weapon is just kind of boring, given that the first phase is just so easy. And then, I mean, you don't really have to think much in the second phase either, but at least more stuff happens. It's about here. Oh no, a little too close, huh? Maybe you should have moved. Okay, Sammy doesn't want to move for any mechanic. And now isn't casting spells. Is this perhaps their first duty? As a red mage? They're not even wearing the red mage gear? So they're under-equipped. Considerably. Come on and die. Oh, I got hit by that. Oh no. I like how the red mage ran away to get out of the AoE and then used its gap closer. They were slow casting their thunders too. I wasn't paying attention. It's the thunder and the ether, isn't it? The arrow. That's better. They're using Jolt now. They're not pressing their shiny buttons, though.
You're mine.
Better, but I wonder if they see their shiny buttons. Yeah. You were just typing that when I said it. They don't understand their positionals either. Oh, and there's the... Okay, no, they used Verstone. Okay, they are getting it. They're understanding the shiny. He's actually in a better position than I was for that. It's fair. I don't know why he ran toward the damage, though. That was a bit odd. But it is his first time doing this. He can only be the one that's doing this for the first time, as he's the only Sprout. Not to mention the fact you can't get Dark Knight unless you're in Heavensward. And while technically you could get Viper without beating a Realm Reborn, it seems unlikely. Psyche. Deal unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby it. Okay, so it's an OGCD. AoE. Alright. What did that get me? That got me up to 750. I mean, that would get me higher. Get higher, baby. Get higher, baby. Don't you ever come down. Oh yeah, I should go to Uldar for Masked Crusade? Masked Carnival. I always forget the second part of it for some reason. I want to say Masked Masquerade, but that's just what a masquerade is. Because how many homestones do you get from doing all of them? None of those seem difficult, which is good. So we'll probably do that next. I think you get like 500-ish from doing all three. I usually forget about Masked Carnival. I need to do... I am the 12th healer in the queue. Jesus. In that case... it's asking for DPS. It's not asking for tanks. It's a lie. They need tanks. I could tank. Depends what the alliance raid is. I'm not that good of a tank. And I definitely don't know how to tank a lot of them. Well, I say a lot of them. I could probably tank all of them. Maybe not Nier. Nier's probably the one I wouldn't be a very good tank on. That was relatively quick. And it gets me experience on a job that I do still need to level, so... DPS... Oh, I could have tanked this. Yeah, I can definitely tank Crystal Tower. Although this does work out for me because I'm also going to get a resource toward Bosnia. Was it Loathsomes? I think it is that you get from doing Crystal Tower. Which is actually my choke point. Well, one of my choke points. Is Loathsomes, because you need to do a lot of Castrum. Which means being in the southern front. Ah, yes! Give me those sweet extra tombstones. Or tombstones. I know it's tombstones. But tombstones doesn't roll off of the tongue as easily. I was wondering how come that's not propped once. That's why. You don't get it until level 55. So I've just got a 2-hit combo. It appears that we have a party that doesn't want to do mechanics. Which is fine, you can get around doing mechanics quite a lot, but And isn't this also the one that has the clones? Yeah, there's the clones. I feel like I've got a cat hair stuck on my face. And I probably do. Just your usual circus tower. This is probably going to get me up to like 1,000. So then if I do the blue mage stuff, that I think might get me up to the 15,000 I need. Maybe. If it is indeed 500 that gives. Have I done my wondrous tales? I have. Tend to always do... Oh, there's an S rank. It's an Endwalker one, so I might actually get to it in time. Provided we don't have any issues on Zamno. Should I be helping with the ads? Maybe. Does it really matter? Oh, you're idiots. Okay, no, they only did it to the one. We're fine. I never got to experience Ammonix Savage when no one gets frozen. Oh, we've got to wait for cutscenes. Well, no, we do, because there's at least one person that'll have to go through cutscene. Everyone, stack up. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna get that Endwalker S rank. After all, it's taking just a little too long. Especially given it's not on Phantom, so I'd still have to world travel. Yeah, it's dead. But yes, that did just get me over the line. I probably need to give myself Loom. Do I? Oh, that gives 240, but that's the A. That only gives 80, that gives them 20. Okay, yeah, so it is about 500. Is that the one that needs Loom? It is the one that needs Loom. Well, it doesn't need it, but it's a hell of a lot easier with Loom. I don't need Basic Instinct, although that means I need to take Basic Instinct off. You can't just drag and drop. There we go. And do that. Oops. There we go. This also will give me the allied seals, so I can get more Aetheryte tickets. I often forget that this exists. There was no requirements on this one, so I can use whatever I want. You got your fancy blue stuff and then left it alone. I have not done Azure Magia yet. I've kind of been neglecting Blue Mage. I need to get a bunch more Blue Mage spells as well. Because that would make doing Fates a hell of a lot easier as well. Like having Ultra Vibration. You think you need a good handful of spells too. You want to get the Marble Mount eventually. Same. The Marble Mount would be nice. Easy. Still got silence. It doesn't matter. Alright, what was B? Sunset Boulevard. 10 Ways to Die, which is just spells. Okay. Yeah. 10 Ways to Die is just use 10 or less unique spells. In case you don't know, the Cyclops does, like, a really high amount of damage. And knockback, I believe. That's why I'm running away from it. Rage? I forget, can you stun it out of that? I mean, I was just using water bullet or whatever it is. Water cannon. So I can pretty easily do more damage than that. Okay, no, it is just straight up one shot. Alright. It can be slowed and it can be blinded. Not necessarily susceptible to anything else. And it didn't appear to be an interruptible. I just need to do more damage. Understood. Okay, let's do this. That's not what I was trying to do. My Swift cast is in a different position than my other casters. There we go. I'm gonna give myself Flower. Although I could just use Alpine Draft. Yeah, that works. I can Final Sting as well. Got Final Sting. If I bristle Final Sting, it'll probably do a shit ton. Did not think I was close enough for that, but apparently I was. Okay. I also did... Oh shit. That was bad. Did it. Killed myself in the process, but it works. Alright, kill a mocking slime. It's basically use magic, right? But it can be interrupted. Let's go. And then will this give us just shy, I think we're going to be. Oh yeah, doesn't it spawn like a bunch of other elements? Yep. Oh, I let them get powered up. I missed a golden tongue. Whoops. It is taking no damage. But that's fine, because it's dead. Oh, yeah, I forgot about... I was just doing it. Shit. Whoops, I forgot about Enfeeble Me Tender. Okay. Enfeeble Me Tender is 9 or more unique enfeeblements. Okay. So that is 4. I think that's counted as 1. Petrify. Stun are counted as sleep. Yeah, I think we should be good to just go. Because I've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that right? Enfeeble Me Tender. Oh, damage over time's included. And Addle works. Okay. Yeah, we should be good then. Okay, was that enough effects? I think the only one I've not done was stun, which I've now done. Wasn't the right one to do that against, but it doesn't really matter. There we go. And we did it. Cool. So I think we're like 10 shy. No, 35 shy. Okay. There is an S rank up, but it's a Dawn Trail S rank, which means I can't benefit from it. What have I got a few of? I've got a few Deep Martial. Get to that. I think it probably would have been quicker going from south. Whoops. Guys from that critical engagement probably going to go and do that fate. Maybe not. Seemingly not. Oh wait, no, they're headed to it now. Oh, it's this one. The irregular, so I have, yeah, twice as much damage as I would usually. This isn't going to give me poetics, but it could give me clusters, which are also good. That'll be gone by the time I get to it. That's just despawn. People currently in Dariada. Okay. Oops. That's the really annoying one with the griffins. No. That'll take too long. Because I need five poetics. Come on. Spawn something. Anything other than the griffins. That'll work. Oh, this one. This might actually be bad with the regular. Oh no, there's another tank here. Oh, it's fine. That's all I needed. So long, Bosnia. For a little while longer, at least. Let's go and finish our first Manderville Relic. Ugh. I hear Godbert's finally figured out how to perfect his alien weaponry. Bleeding time, eh? We shall inform his lordship you're eager to begin. I'm eager for my dinner, I'll be honest. At long last, the end to our arduous yet most rewarding weaponsmithing journey's finally in sight. And a bloody expensive journey it's been. That's why I'm in, not as a dutiful wife or doting mother, but as a concerned senior partner of Manderville and Manderville. Our company's footed the bill for all sorts of extravagant materials and expert assistance, not to mention the rent we're paying for these iCrucible facilities. Even if this is the final stage of the process, that's only one Manderville weapon out of how sodden many? Our side business in replica weapons ain't exactly booming neither, so I reckon I need to come and gauge the value of continuing this venture with me own two eyes. So, let us offer our full cooperation to my business partner as she oversees proceedings. Now there's a sight. Seems his lordship's lost his cocksure composure. What happened, Godbert? Weren't you just telling me how ridiculous wealth made you free to craft whatever you pleased? It'd be only my best behaviour if I were you. I'd be on my best behaviour if I were you, Master Geralt. After all, your considerable remuneration is one of the main expenditures Lady Yulian will be scrutinising. Hort Highwind, thank you for the follow. Let us move on to topic of armament augmentation, shall we? Unsurprisingly, the key to perfecting weaponry lies in the application of the perfect oil, a substance known as Ultra Manderville. This superlative lubricant will serve to maximize ethereal conductivity. Again with the creepy oils? And as one might have predicted, the Ultra Manderville's main ingredient is derived from yet another incredibly rare meteoric material, cosmic crystallite it is called. When it came to the method for extracting said ingredient from the meteorite, however, my ancestor's relic was conspicuously devoid of instruction. Thus did I consult with Master Poopoo. Thanks to his encyclopedic knowledge of alien civilizations, he was able to furnish me with the requisite technique. I must say, 'tis a rather unorthodox process, and one I cannot complete alone. It shall necessitate the involvement of everyone else. Everyone present. Don't like the sound of that. What foppish nonsense are you meant to foist upon us this time? Oh, nothing terribly taxing, I assure you. All shall be explained in due course. Ere we can begin, we must tend to the tedious chore of procuring crafting materials. If you would, pray, acquire the crystallite through our usual tombstone-hungry vendor. We shall require 3 goodly chunks, one for the oil's main ingredient and the other to reshape the weaponry itself. Yes, I should warn you that these advanced Mandervillian techniques will not only enhance your armament's properties, but also greatly alter its appearance. In anticipation of such wondrous transformation, let us hurry to our tasks. I clearly cannot speak. That's a good sign that I need to stuff my face with something yummy. I mean, pretty much anything I do is a sign that I need to do that. Oh, let's have a look at them shiny rocks. Aye, these ought to do the trick. I'll grab his lordship and we can get to work. Thank you for your untiring efforts. These acquisitions are most demanding, I know, but we could not proceed without them. Crystallite of this type is said to have mystical properties. It's every mote infused with ether from its journey across the cosmos. We will use Godbrand's technique to harness and condense that cosmic energy, that we may extract a single concentrated drop. This precious liquid is the heart and soul of our Ultra Manderville coating. Well, that's bloody fascinating and all, but would you explain the goddamn technique already? You mean have us fighting this time? Meditating? Fucking. Dancing, my good man. We shall perform the traditional dance of House Manderville together. In his search for a viable method, Godbrand failed to extract the crystallite's ethereal essence innumerable times. Frustrated beyond measure, he eventually contacted a friend on a far-off star to ask for advice. Thus did he learn the theory of compressing the crystallite's stored energies by bombarding it with a specific etheric waveform, much like squeezing a lemon. An inspired Godbrand then returned to work, where he experimented with generating waveforms through physical movement. One particular choreography provided the perfect resonance, and lo, the trademark Manderville undulations were born. Oh, and as it so happens, the far-off star in question was the homeworld of our own Master Poo-Poo. It was his keen eye that recognised the familiar resonant properties at our gentlemanly dance, and allowed us to rediscover the extraction process. Dress it up in fancy words all you want, but I ain't swallowing this ridiculous shite. Think you can extract mineral essence with your damn daft dancing? Ha! Count me out. I've come in a strictly observational role, so no dancing for me either. If you both so wish, we shall perform the extraction without you. As for you, After, your role should be the most crucial. I should like you to hold the crystallite and catch the quintessence as it falls. You see? Load of chocobo shite. The dance lacks sufficient intensity. For the love of... Fine. Oh. Kingdom Hearts, game over? It's bloody magical. The resonance, 'tis still not strong enough. Go on, Godbert. Look at him, he's having a grand old time. Here it comes! The result of our circle jerk. Hey Ronan, how you doing? Huzzah! Our combined performance did the trick. Master Geralt and I will take it from here. let us prepare the vial of Ultra Manderville and proceed with the final augmentations. Aye, you're about to witness the peak of craftsmanship. Now we apply the Ultra Manderville coating, as with the prior stage. The final composition of the oil's ingredients will greatly influence the armament's properties. I shall need you to take a moment and consider well which qualities you value most in your weaponry. I don't really care. You are certain? Then so it shall be. Phantom server Limsa is rather busy for a Monday. I'm guessing because it's a bank holiday. In the UK anyway. So there'll be a lot more British people on. Behold, the work is done. Perfected art of dedicated artisans. A Mandervillus Valshin and a Mandervillus Kite Shield. Yep, and suddenly they're high-tech. The beauteous, tangible reward for all our toil and sacrifice. It's a grand sight, alright? Fighting mammoths, drinking weird booze, and dancing weirder jigs is an odd bloody way to forge a weapon, but you can't argue with the end result. There is, in fact, one other favourable consequence to finishing our project. My family's relic contains what appears to be a locked recording, and if what Master Poopoo tells me is correct, our completed Manderville weaponry should serve as the key to opening it. Shall we give it a try? Okay, a message from Godbert. Ah, excellent. 'Twould seem the relic has responded to your armament. Let us commence the viewing. There's just a guy eating a fish next to it. Okay. More smut! Ah, yes. The Mandervillian home movies. The finest in amateur porn. If you're watching this recording, then I must assume you've successfully brought the Manderville weaponry to its completed state. Allow me, then, to share some of the philosophy that went into the weaponry's creation. As I explained in my previous story, the many worlds upon which we Mandervillians resided were laid to waste by an inexplicable catastrophe. The final days, one must imagine. Peace reigns upon this star for now, but we can never know when or what manner of chaos might threaten our tranquil lives. Thus did I endeavour to forge armaments with the power to repel any threat, no matter how dire. However, in the wrong hands, such powerful weapons may exacerbate the very problem they were created to solve. Sadly, my long search for worthy wielders, those possessed of both martial excellence and unyielding moral fortitude, has failed. I am left with no choice but to destroy my triumphant works. That explains how you lost the originals, eh? In the hopes that a deserving hero will one day emerge, I've decided to leave the secrets of their manufacture to my heirs. By necessity, the process must be rendered cryptic, lest these potent armaments be too readily attained. The fact that you're watching this proves you had the wisdom to pierce my elaborate obfuscations, and the discipline to retrace the grueling steps of my smithing saga. I have faith in your judgment. Do what is just, and entrust the Manderville weaponry to those who champion the ideals of peace. How gratifying to know my motives were aligned with those of my ancestor. It was my own experience of the final days which moved me to recreate the Manderville weapons and put them in heroic hands, such as yours. And 'tis more gratifying still that we should succeed in the task which Godbrand himself set for his descendants. I thank you all for your valuable contributions. I'll admit, it was a bit of a shock to hear we was crafting alien designs, but yeah, I had the right smith for the job. You know the job isn't over yet, yeah? There are still many weapon variants we have left to reforge. I know. Don't get your bloody small cloths in a twist. I'll stick around until the last blow is hammered. For the extraction of the Ultra Manderville essence, I must ask that you call upon the assistance of the High Crucible Alchemists. It matters not who performs the dance, as long as they do so with gentlemanly perfection and aplomb. It's clear to me now that the Manderville weapons are more than just a pet project. They're an investment in the future of our world. You have my permission to keep them on the books as an official Manderville and Manderville enterprise. Oh, that is a relief. It would be difficult to cover these expenses with my weekly entertainment budget. With that settled, we can continue as before. Our most excellent House Manderville artisan shall handle requests to perfect any other weapons in your possession. Meanwhile, our resident expert alchemist will assist with adjusting weapon properties, assuming you supply the requisite crystallite, of course. All in all, this has been a most satisfying experience. My thanks again, and I look forward to our next mutually beneficial encounter. Awesome. Well, I now very quickly need to get over to Spriggan. Well, okay, I don't necessarily need to do it very quickly, but I need to get over to Spriggan. Not for an S rank, but for a fate. Ow. Oh god, bouncing bomb. Don't fuck this one up like last time. Shit. We're okay. learning. Okay, this one stays safe after this. Oh, it's safe now. Alright, bouncing bomb when there's two of them this time, right? Shit. Die. Sweet. Oops. Oops again. In the exact same way. Oops. Yeah, I need to go and have dinner. Jesus. In 7.5 hours, and I'm clicking wrong. Oh, but what we can do is go and get a shiny new mount. There's been a lot of mounts this week. I'm not complaining. Let's go and look at what we've won. So actually, that is going to be better than what I've got. So that's cool. And then yes, so mounts, we have you, and we have. So first things first, a level checker with us inside it. so we can look like Omega has kidnapped us. And then... Not that. Not that. Not that. That one is quite cute. And that's an actual reflection in the glass as well. That's nice. Rather than like Ozma, where it's just always the Baldessian Arsenal no matter where you are. And because it's not come up in my roulette because I forgot to put it on it, Landawaff. Again. Let's not forget we got this finally. But yeah, that is going to be where I call it for today. I feel like we've gotten a lot done. I mean, we finished a relic. Granted, the easiest relic of the entire game, so far anyway. But we finished a relic. We finished a quest line. And we did a bunch of hunts and shit as well. So I need another 1,200 before I can get the Vinegaroon mount. Then that'll be another mount. So yeah, I feel like we're doing really well. I can now go hard on doing Bosnia because I can then spend my poetics on Manderville stuff so that we're working on both relics at the same time. The next stream will be Thursday. I don't think I've got anything else going on, do I? Not this week. No. So yeah, Thursday will be the next stream where we will start doing either post-Endwalker MSQ, or we will do some of the optional stuff like the dungeons and raids and stuff like that. I need to look up whether or not the normal raid is locked to you having done the required MSQ. Just because when I do start the raids, I'm probably going to try and blitz through them quite quickly. Because that's what I like to do. But yeah. My brain is going blank. I need some food. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully I'll catch you in the next one. For those that came over from the raid who may still be here, I do have a Discord, which I believe there's a link to, like that. I do have a Discord, which is usually the best way to be made aware of when I go live, if you're interested. Alternatively, there is my schedule down below, which I do try and stick with quite often. There is also a YouTube channel, which, did I set up the link for? No, I did not, because I'm an idiot. I believe that is down below, in case you're interested in watching any of the other stuff, because this character started in February of last year, and we've done every bit of content that I can on stream. The grindy stuff I've done off stream, but we've done like every relic, every duty. I've not done all the extremes and savages on stream, but I've done everything else. I haven't done all the ultimates. I haven't done any of the ultimates yet. But yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Later.